Welcome to the Mormon Temple Garments 1842 to 2024 video. Pictured up above on the left-hand side, we have the old-fashioned garments with a square on the left, a compass on the right, a hole on the belly button, and a horizontal line on the knee. And we'll get to what all those mean in this video. Pictured on the right, Joseph Smith's Masonic apron. You'll notice there's a compass and a square on his Masonic apron, which show up in the garments. All right, let's read from Genesis chapter 3, verse 21. First one here is from Robert Alter's Hebrew Bible translation. Better than the NIV, I hear, so I'm going to start using that. So Alter's translation is, "And the Lord God made skin coats for the human and his woman, and he clothed them." So basically skin coats for Adam and Eve. Another translation that's pretty good that I'll start using too is the Jewish Bible Tanakh, the Holy Scriptures for Old Testament as well. So in that one it says, "And the Lord God made garments of skins for Adam and his wife and clothed them." So skin coats or garments of skins. Modern-day Mormons feel like these are the sacred garments that they actually wear. They wore the same ones in Adam and Eve's time, what, 6,000 to 7,000 years ago? Somehow I don't think that they were wearing these white, kind of long to mid-range white underwear with Masonic marks on them, because Masonry doesn't even go back that far. Okay, let's go over some preliminary statements from the Prophet Joseph F. Smith, Improvement Era, 1906. Garments should be held in sacred reverence. We should hold them as we hold dear to the heart the most sacred thing to our souls. Garments, one of the most sacred things on planet Earth. Pictured above, Mitt Romney. You can see through his white shirt there the happy garment smile. So you can actually, if you're wearing certain clothes, you can actually tell when Mormons are or aren't wearing their garments. Okay, Joseph F. Smith continues, garments are to be worn as intended, down to the wrist and the ankle and around the neck. Probably higher than what Mitt Romney was wearing around the neck, right? Admission to the temple will be refused to those who do not comply with these requirements. You had to wear the long underwear to get into the temple back in 1906. Yeah, down to the wrist and down to the ankle. But these, of course, have changed. Pictured above, we have the temple robes and temple aprons and temple hats for the woman. Well, actually, she's wearing them for the woman and for the man. So you can see what that looks like here. This is on TikTok. All right, Prophet Joseph F. Smith continues. The saints should know that the pattern of the endowment garments was revealed from heaven, and the blessings promised in connection with wearing them will not be realized if any unauthorized change is made in their form or in the manner of wearing them. So you can't change the long underwear, right, down to the wrist, down to the ankles, because that design was revealed by heaven, right? But the church did make changes, around 1923, which we'll get to all that. Pictured above, just basic long underwear from AI. But that's kind of basically what they look like, and I'll show some real pictures as well. All right, Joseph F. Smith continues, the Lord has given us garments of the holy priesthood, and you know what that means, and yet there are those of us who mutilate them. See picture above, kind of, but not really. In order that we may follow the foolish, vain, and permit me to say, indecent practices of the world. Those who cut off the sleeves, maybe they cut off the legs. That's mutilation and should not be done. Okay, Joseph F. Smith continues. In order that such people may imitate the fashions, they will not hesitate to mutilate that which should be held by them the most sacred of all things in the world. They will mutilate it. The most sacred next to their own virtue, next to their own purity of life. Pictured above is what AI thinks Joseph F. Smith looks like. Kind of good, but kind of not accurate. Okay, he continues. They should hold these things that God has given unto them sacred, unchanged and unaltered from the very pattern in which God gave them. Let us have the moral courage to stand against the opinions of fashion, and especially where fashion compels us to break a covenant and so commit a grievous sin. The garments are a reminder of the covenants you make in the temple. He said they weren't to be changed or altered. Joseph F. Smith would lose this battle around 1923 or so. Pictured above, some fashion, high-minded fashion here, supposedly around 1906. All right, where did Joseph Smith get the idea for these garments, what they should look like, what kind of symbols they should have, etc.? Colleen McDaniel has one theory in her book, Material Christianity, Religion and Popular Culture in America, Yale University Press, 1995. Colleen is a professor of history at University of Utah right now, currently. She has one theory that says Joseph Smith may have acquired the idea of garments from the Judaism of the 19th century. Joseph Smith's 1836 Hebrew teacher, Joshua Satius, may have worn a white garment called a rabbah confot, which means four corners under his clothes. That's pictured, the rabbah confot, I'm trying to say that right, that pictured above up here on the left. Kind of looks like a garment, right? Colleen here pictured on the right. Okay, Colleen continues, or in 1842, he might have got the idea, when Orson Hyde returned from his visit to Palestine, he may have brought back information on this Jewish undergarment, the rabbah confot. Okay, according to two accounts, the original temple garment was made of unbleached muslin with markings bound in turkey red, I guess the Masonic marks, fashioned by Nauvoo seamstress Elizabeth Warren Allred under Joseph Smith's direction. So the source for this, Eliza Mariah A. Munson. You can see the source there. Heber C. Kimball's diary, and also Rose Marie Reed, an oral history. Muslin is a sort of fine cotton cloth which bears a downy knot on its surface. That's from the 1828 Webster's Dictionary. All right, so supposedly the angel Moroni was wearing these holy garments when he visited Joseph Smith. It was while they were living in Nauvoo that the prophet came to my mother, who was a seamstress by trade, and told her that he had seen the angel Moroni with the garments on, and asked her to assist him in cutting out the garments. So, again, family of Elizabeth Warren Allred, wife of one of Joseph Smith's bodyguards, and then the Eliza Mariah A. Munson source here. Okay, they spread the unbleached muslin out on the table, and Joseph Smith told her how to cut it out. She had to cut the third pair, however, before he said that it was satisfactory. Pictured above, I'm not sure who it is. I forgot. It's either Elizabeth Warren Allred or Eliza Mariah A. Munson. All right, same source here. It's also in David John Berger's book, The Mysteries of Godliness, 1994, is pictured above. Excellent book. Notice how he has the compass right on the front of the book. She told the prophet that there would be sufficient cloth from the knee to the ankle to make a pair of sleeves, but Joseph Smith told her that he wanted as few seams as possible and that there would be sufficient whole cloth to cut the sleeve without piecing it. Apparently, Jesus Christ had some kind of a garment that was seamless, so Joseph Smith wanted to copy that, I guess. Okay, later on, the prophet Joseph Smith decided that he would rather have them bound with white instead of the turkey red, I guess. So I guess the markings, he changed from red to white, like the Masonic markings. Sister Emma Smith, the prophet's wife, proposed that they have a collar, the garments have a collar, as she thought that they would look more finished, but at first the prophet did not have the collars on the garments. So that was a minor change. Pictured above, that's what AI thinks Emma Smith looks like. Not too bad. Okay, after Emma Smith had made the little collars, which were not visible from the outside of the dress, Sister Eliza R. Snow made a large collar of fine white material, which was worn on the outside of the dress. All right, the garment was to reach to the ankle and the sleeves to the wrist. Very conservative Puritan society back then, right, around 1840s. The marks were always the same. So what were these marks? We already mentioned the Masonic symbols of the square and the compass. And they say that the horizontal line, I guess, on the navel is a ruler. That is not accurate. I've seen the memes on Facebook about this, that the horizontal line on the navel is some kind of a rule or a ruler. That is not accurate, and we'll go over why. Okay, so here is a real picture of actual garments. This is a garment ad or advertisement in the Logan Nation, July 28, 1900. It says, when you want non-shrinkable all-wool garments, call on us. All wool. From the Cash Knitting Works up there around Logan. So you can see they go down to the ankles, down to the wrists. They're like long underwear. They don't look particularly white in this ad, but maybe if they were white, they wouldn't show up with the white background, so I don't know. All right, the family of Maria Jane Johnson, who lived with John Smith, the uncle of Joseph Smith, 1902 source. Some people have denied that there was any such thing as endowment clothes before the time of Brigham Young, but I know that there was. So basically endowment clothes, probably garments. They go back further than Brigham Young. Okay, same source. The garments were of the same pattern, had the same marks, and were the same in every way as they are now in 1902. I was living with Father John Smith, the prophet's uncle, and on one occasion the prophet wrote a letter to his uncle asking him to meet him the next morning in Nauvoo. They lived 25 miles from Nauvoo. Pictured above, the Masonic Hall in Nauvoo, or now they call it the Cultural Hall. All right, family of Maria Jane Johnson. She's pictured above. That was the first that I knew about endowment clothes, but they were the same as they are now. Sister Smith told me where they were and how to prepare them for him. I do have some information that they were different, which we'll get to. Okay, another source verifying this information, Mormon historian Thomas G. Alexander, Mormonism in Transition, 1986 book, pretty good book. Also Apostle George F. Richards' journal in 1922 and 1923. A group of sisters led by Emma Smith and including Bathsheba Smith had fashioned both the garments and the temple clothing and presented the designs to Joseph Smith for his approval. Bathsheba pictured above. Okay, same source, Alexander here. They had added a collar to the top of the garments because the sisters could think of no other way to finish it. We talked about that. And they closed the garments with ties because they had no buttons. Buttons were too expensive. They didn't have them, so they just had kind of like these fabric ties, which some people kind of became attached to later on down the line and would say, oh, they have to have the ties. They can't have the buttons. Okay, a small tangent here from Alexander. They originally designed the cap used on temple clothing to look something like a crown, but Joseph Smith had them redesign it to look more like a baker's cap. So, yeah, currently it looks more like a baker's cap Okay, back to Munson, also Heber C. Kimball and Rosemary Reed, oral history. Joseph Smith reported his intention to have a one-piece garment covering the arms and legs and torso, having as few seams as possible. So it'd be like Jesus's garment. This is what AI thinks Joseph Smith looks like back in the day. All right, David John Berger did an article in Dialogue, a very good source. The Development of the Mormon Temple Endowment Ceremony, Winter of 1987, Dialogue, a Journal of Mormon Thought. Ceremonial markings on the garment were originally snipped into the cloth. They were originally snipped into the cloth in the temple during an initiate's first visit. So they would do it on the spot. Okay, another idea about where Joseph Smith might have got the ideas for how the garment should look. William Morgan, Illustrations of Masonry, 1827. So like 3 years before the Book of Mormon came out and the church was established. I think this was pointed out by Gerald and Sandra Tanner. They say all of his clothing, or this is what William Morgan is saying, and this is a Masonic ceremony, sorry. All of his clothing were taken off except his shirt. He was furnished with a pair of drawers. His right breast was bare, his left foot in a slipper, his right bare, a cable toe twice around his neck, semi-hoodwinked, in which situation he is conducted to the door of the lodge, kind of like pictured above. Says the dress of a fellow craft. I think that's basically what Morgan is describing here. But he says in the Masonic ceremony, you would be furnished with a pair of drawers. What were drawers around this time? Well, you look in the Webster's 1828 dictionary, it says drawers are a close undergarment worn on the lower limbs. So maybe they just had them for the bottoms and not the tops. But maybe Joseph Smith got the idea from Masonry for the garments. We don't know. Okay, another idea for where Joseph Smith may have got the idea for garments is pointed out by D. Michael Quinn in Early Mormonism and the Magic Worldview book, 1998. He quotes from a Robert Grosthead, Testament of the 12 Patriarchs, 1767. And then there was also an Ohio version in 1827 that maybe Joseph Smith saw or heard about. So Grosthead says, the first of them anointed me with holy oil, just like in the Mormon temple, and gave me the scepter of judgment. The second washed me with clean water and fed me with bread and wine and clothed me with a glorious robe down to the ground, also in the temple, the Mormon temple. The third put upon me a silken garment, maybe kind of like the undergarments. The fourth girded me with a girdle like to purple, and the third shall have a new name, which is also something you get in the Mormon temple near the time you get your garments. Some referred to these as initiatory ordinances. In the Mormon temple, the washing and anointing ceremony that's similar to this is also called the initiatory. The Encyclopedia Britannica also called it the initiatory around this time. So maybe Joseph Smith got the idea from this book. All right, let's go to a letter from George W. Robinson, August 8th, 1842, in John C. Bennett's book, The History of the Saints, 1842. We're going to start to go in chronological order now, starting here in 1842. This is the first account, the earliest account we have of garments, and they seem to be a little different in this account. So this is Robinson. After they are initiated into the order lodge, that's like the early Mormon temple, I guess. They have oil poured on them. That's accurate for nowadays. And then a mark or a hole is cut in the breast of their shirts. So their shirts, maybe not their undergarments, not sure. But yeah, in the early days of these temple ceremonies, they had them cut on the spot in the temple. Which shirts must not be worn anymore. That's different, right? Because you're supposed to wear the garment throughout your life. So these shirts were not to be worn anymore, but laid up to keep the destroying angel from them and their families. So kind of as a form of protection. That's similar. That they should never die. But Bishop Vincent Knight's shirt would not save him, so I guess he died. No one must have charge of their shirts but their wives. Pictured above, somebody's painting, or I guess, of John C. Bennett. Okay, very interesting information here about what kind of garments Hyrum Smith was wearing at the martyrdom. Of course, he's the brother of Joseph Smith. His garments got passed down through the presiding patriarch office all the way down to Eldred G. Smith, who apparently had Hyrum's garments and his other martyrdom clothes, and I think some other stuff, some of the magic parchments and stuff from the Hyrum Smith family through the presiding patriarch Eldred G. Smith. But this information comes from Leonard J. Arrington's diary in 1980, because I think Eldred G. Smith was showing Arrington and also Joseph Fielding Smith Hyrum's garments. So were they the same as they are now? So Arrington says in his diary, the temple garments, or at least the top, which was worn by Hyrum Smith, together with markings, a crescent at the navel for new life, a symbol of such. So not just a straight line at the navel, but some kind of a crescent shape. See pictured above. Okay, so Arrington continues June 14, 1980 in his diary. These garments of Hyrum's seem to be of linen, certainly not wool. Joseph Fielding Smith did not think that they were garments, did not want to believe it, and told Eldred G. Smith not to exhibit them as garments. But they would have been able to determine that they weren't his shirt and his pants, right? Because this is the shirt and pants, also got passed down through the presiding patriarch of Eldred G. Smith. So Joseph Fielding Smith didn't want to believe this. He said, probably thinking, how could he have a crescent at the navel, right? Okay, Joseph Smith did talk about the symbology of crescent moons, I guess. This is from Rupert J. Fletcher and Daisy Whiting Fletcher, Alpheus Cutler and the Church of Jesus Christ, 1974 book. Joseph Smith revealed to Alpheus Cutler by revelation that a sign of two crescent moons with their backs together would be seen by him when the proper time to reorganize the church had arrived. Okay, also from Francis Barrett's book, The Magus, or Celestial Intelligencer, 1801. D. Michael Quinn points out this book too, a book that Joseph Smith may have had. Barrett's The Magus gave an illustration of back-to-back crescents among the moon's occult symbols. So, were there crescents in the early Mormon garments? I don't like to go by just one source, but, you know, anything's possible, I guess. All right, let's go over to Wilford Woodruff's journals. This is the new version, edited by Dan Vogel. It came out in 2023. April 5th, 1844, so very early on as far as the timeline for garments. And Wilford says, I attended the dedication of the Nauvoo Masonic Hall, which was truly grand and interesting, the first dedication of the kind that I had ever attended. The procession was grand, being composed of about 500 members. And then Dan Vogel, in his edition of these journals, put in brackets, there's also a drawing of a compass and a square on this entry. So I went in and found the original of this, and there it is. You can picture it above. There's the compass, like a V shape, and a square, like an L shape. The V has a little like circle at the bottom of it, which I don't understand. So here early on in the timeline of garments, Wilford Woodruff is aware of the compass and square symbols. He's aware of the Nauvoo Masonic Hall. A lot of the leaders of the church were also Masons at this Nauvoo Masonic Hall. And here is the compass and square blown up in Wilford Woodruff's journal. Wilford was a Mason, and further along in the video, we're going to show his Masonic apron. We showed Joseph Smith's Masonic apron on the very first slide. Wilford's was very similar. All right, Parley P. Pratt, April 6, 1845, Millennial Star, so very early on. Talks about the garments. He shall then be ordained, washed, anointed with holy oil, and arrayed in fine linen, even in the glorious and beautiful garments and royal robes of the high priesthood. Okay, the journals of William Clayton, December 14, 1845 entry, talking about Apostle and President Brigham Young. I guess he is president of the 12 at this time. So Brigham Young says, there are now scarcely 2 garments cut or marked right, and it is necessary to observe perfect order in this thing, and it never can be done unless we take this course. So they were actually making the garments in the temple at this time, but they were having a hard time making the marks right every time. So maybe that's why Hyrum Smith had a crescent. Okay, another early account, Abraham Owen Smoot, diary, December 18, 1845. I was then presented with a garment bearing the marks of the priesthood, which I was instructed to wear as a prevention from evil. Okay, a statement from the Apostle George A. Smith, also in the Clayton Journals, December 21st, 1845 entry. When we pray to the Lord, we ought to come together clad in proper garments. Our garments should be properly marked, and we should understand those marks, and we should wear those garments continually by night and by day, in prison or free. So saying this all the way back in 1845. Okay, George A. Smith continues, kind of a cryptic comment here. If the devils in hell cut us up, let them cut the garments to pieces also. If we have the garments upon us at all times, we can at any time offer up the signs. Maybe the signs they learn in the temple. Maybe the secret handshakes, I don't know. Okay, George continues. It would be a good thing for us to put on our garments every day and pray to God, and in private circles, when we can do so with safety. Okay, same entry in Clayton's journal, talking about Apostle Parley P. Pratt, who said a few words about the fashion of our robes, and he means garments. His own robe, which was like those first used, was not sewn up at the sides, neither was it of more than one breadth, so maybe a little different early on. Okay, same entry here. Apostle Heber C. Kimball showed the right fashion for a leaf, I guess for the aprons, spoke of Elder Willard Richards being protected at Carthage jail, having on the robe or the garments, and so maybe that's why he was protected, while Joseph and Hyrum and Elder Taylor were shot to pieces. Should have worn their garments, right? All right, same entry here in 1845. The Apostle John Taylor confirmed the saying that Joseph and Hyrum and himself were without their robes, aka garments, in the jail at Carthage, while Dr. Richards had his on, but Taylor corrected the idea that some had, that they had taken them off through fear, taken their garments off for fear. W.W. Phelps said that Joseph Smith told him one day about that time that he had laid aside his garment on account of the hot weather. So that seems to make sense to me. It was in June. It was hot. They didn't want to wear their long underwear, right? I've heard other Mormon historians say that they didn't wear it because They had the unique marks in the garments, so it'd be too easy for the mob to identify who they were. But this is an early account and does seem to make sense. Although future leaders in the church would say you don't take off your garments even in hot weather, which we'll get to. Okay, the protective power of the garment. Same entry here, 1845. George Miller said that when near the camp of General Hardin, he was shot at, and the sentinel who was near him was killed, but he escaped unhurt, having on his garment. Okay, this is George Miller again. He says, the Apostle Paul said that he bore in his body the marks of the Lord Jesus Christ, which was as plainly as he dare allude to these things in writing. But the marks Paul alluded to were just such as we now have on our garments. But is this true? Okay, so what were these marks in Paul's body? Well, it's referring to Galatians 6:17. This is a translation by David Bentley Hart in 2023. Henceforth, let no one cause me trouble, for I bear the marks of the Lord Jesus in my body. What were these marks? Timothy George will tell us in the commentary on this passage, the New American Commentary. Paul's readers immediately would have identified the branding of the flesh or the marks with slavery. They would identify them with slavery. For slaves in the ancient world frequently were marked with the insignia of their master as a badge of identification. So in effect, Paul would have been saying, look, I too have been branded. I am a slave of my faithful Savior Jesus Christ. Marks branded by masters of slavery, so nothing to do with Masonic garments. All right, same entry in William Clayton's journal, December 21st, 1845. This is Apostle Heber C. Kimball and George Miller. One other thing, you all want to get your garments, and you need not wait to get your fine linen or your bleached cotton for your garments. Shirting or sheeting will do for garments. So I guess less quality white garments. Pictured above, we have the temple clothes. Early on picture, but she's holding a dagger, I think, which was mentioned in some accounts of the early Mormon endowment. Okay, Kimball and Miller continue. The women can cut theirs from the cuts on their husbands. We don't want you to come here and take up the time to cut your garments. Go to a good, faithful sister and secret yourself and make your garments. I think they're talking about, the Masonic marks in the garments. You cut those marks in. The husband, like you would go in when you would get married to get your endowments with your wife. The men apparently had their marks cut in the temple, but here it's saying that women don't need to do it in the temple. They can use their husbands as kind of a pattern for when they get home to cut their marks when they get home out of the temple. Pictured above, this is what AI thinks Heber C. Kimball looks like, which is not terrible. Okay, an account here from the family record and history of George A. Hicks, written by himself somewhere around 1878. You can find this in the book Playing with Shadows, Voices of Dissent in the Mormon West, 2001. I got about 6 or 7 of these books in this series now, but I don't have them all. So George A. Hicks, in one house in Bonaparte, there lived 2 families who had been neighbors of ours in Nauvoo. The name of one of these families was Ainscough, and the other was Tilford. This is going to be a story of garments offering protection. Okay, a boy by the name of Johnny Tilford, who was very fond of shooting with a pistol, which he owned. One day around 1846, he was carelessly handling the pistol in the house when it was accidentally discharged. Okay, the ball from it struck Miss Ainscough on the back. So they're like balls instead of like regular bullets like we have now. The ball went through her outside clothing, but stopped when it struck her garments, and she was not hurt in the least. These garments were bulletproof. Okay, same source here, a different story about garments protecting somebody named Samuel Wilcox, who was hewing timber with a broadaxe. He struck a glancing blow with the axe. It turned and struck him on the shin bone, cutting through his pants and sock, and then stopped against his garment leg without doing him any injury farther than a slight bruise. So good thing he had the garments on. Okay, yet another story from the same source, George A. Hicks. A Mormon whose name that I have forgotten had a quarrel with a merchant by the name of Holland. He drew a dirk knife and struck the Mormon near the navel. It passed through the outer clothing of the Mormon and struck his garments and turned. It went half shut and cut a severe gash in Holland's hand, while the Mormon was not hurt in the least. So the garments were like knife-proof. A dirk knife is a kind of a dagger or a poniard. Okay, an early account of garments in the Mormon Temple Endowment by I.M. Van Dusen. A dialogue between Adam and Eve, the Lord and the devil, called the Endowment, 1847. She did a number of pamphlets and books on this, and this is one of her accounts. Van Dusen says, after receiving this ordination, I am presented with and have put on what they call an undergarment. This is a tight fit made of white cotton cloth with 2 marks on it, a square in the breast and a compass on the knee. I am told also that I am always to wear this garment under my clothes while I am in the world. God has ordered this, and I can receive no harm while I have it on. So again, protection. In most of the other accounts, it says square and compass on the chest. Here she says compass is on the knee. She's probably misremembering, because when Leonard J. Arrington was looking at Hyrum Smith's garment, there was a crescent around the navel. So, but maybe there was only 2 marks. I kind of doubt it, but that's what she says here, pictured above. Long T-shirt with the marks of the Holy Priesthood, the Masonic marks on the outside of the T-shirt. All right, here's a picture. I think this is actually from Mormon pornography. Yep, there's pornography for everybody. There's Mormon versions, where they wear their garments. Here on the right side of her breast, she has the square. Okay, Van Dusen continues, the compass on the knee signifies our willingness to bow always, the square, God's protection, etc. Pictured above, original architectural plans for the Salt Lake Temple. In the corner here, you can see in red, they had the compass and the square originally in these corners. But when they decided to build the temple, they did not go through with these plans, but these were in the originals. Okay, here's another account from Van Dusen. Startling disclosures of the Great Mormon Conspiracy against the liberties of the country. Again, revealing the Mormon Temple Endowment. This is 1849. She is presented with and has put on a kind of undergarment, say a chemise and drawers, somehow made into one, and forms a tight fit. In this garment are 2 particular marks cut, if I recollect right, the square on the breast and the compass on the knee. And I think there are 2 other marks that she doesn't talk about. She's probably not remembering correctly. Long underwear here for this lady on the left. A chemise, supposedly from around 1849 on the right. Okay, Van Dusen continues. The 1 mark on the knee signifies willingness to bow to the Lord. The other something else, protection, I think. Brigham Young next explains the objects of the marks in the veil to the woman alone when he tells her that she must have a corresponding one in a certain place in the foreground of the undergarment. So this is something interesting. The marks in the garment are also up on this big white veil in the temple that you have to go through to meet Heavenly Father. Pictured above here, just some more the regular robes, veils, and green aprons of the temple endowment clothing. Okay, here's something interesting. Nauvoo Temple weather vane. This is the actual picture of the architectural drawings by William Weeks. Sometime around 1841 to 1846. Angel Moroni weather vane placed atop the Nauvoo Temple in January 1846. Okay, so notice this is up on top of the Nauvoo Temple. There's a square and a compass above this Angel Moroni. And here's another depiction of this. This is not the architectural drawings. Okay, along these same lines, D. Michael Quinn pointed something out in his Extensions of Power book. He says on April 20th, 1974, Reed C. Durham, Jr., gives a presidential address to the Mormon History Association at Nauvoo, in which he emphasizes Joseph Smith's Jupiter talisman and its relationship to magic and Freemasonry. So what was the result of this? All right, so as an immediate result of this, officials at the LDS Information Center in Nauvoo removed the Angel Moroni from the spire of the center's detailed model of Nauvoo Temple. So what was it they actually removed? It was that Angel Moroni weather vane with square and compass on it. They didn't want it on the model in the Information Center. All right, D. Michael Quinn continues. Following the architect's drawings, the model shows an angel holding Masonic symbols of compass and square, but those symbols are absent when the angel replica is reinstalled on the model. So they're a little concerned about these Freemasonry symbols, square and compass, being on certain things in temples, and also being on the garments. A new memoir came out about D. Michael Quinn, basically his diaries, I think, Chosen Path, and what I've seen in there so far looks to be pretty good. All right, so here's a picture of the Nauvoo Temple Visitor Center 2021. The weather vane doesn't appear to be on the model. It's kind of in the foyer on this ball type structure. And it doesn't have the square and the compass at the top there. That was just completely taken off, as Quinn said. Okay, Alan D. Roberts talks about this in Sunstone Magazine in 1985. He says, on a model of the Nauvoo Temple in the Nauvoo Visitor Center, a weather vane depicting an angel holding a square and a compass in Masonic fashion was removed the day after the center opened. Okay, an article by Peggy Fletcher Stack, Salt Lake Tribune, May 4th, 2002. She talks about this weather vane. She says, every detail of the historic Nauvoo Temple was reconstructed in the new Nauvoo Temple. It was all reconstructed meticulously, with one exception, the flying angel weather vane that graced the top of the 19th century Mormon edifice. So when they rebuilt it, sounds like around here in 2002, they did everything meticulously the same except for that weather vane. They do not want that square and compass to be shown on a temple. All right, Peggy Fletcher Stack continues. In its place is the gold-leafed Angel Moroni first used on the Salt Lake Temple. So they're using a more modern one. Some speculate that the horizontal angel with its compass and square may be too closely associated with Masonic rituals for modern Mormons. Yeah, I'm not speculating. That's totally what happened. All right, let's move on to the Spring City, Utah Sanpete Valley Endowment House, 1876. There's a picture of part of it. You can see there's a beehive. There is the square and the compass. You can find out about this in Alan D. Roberts' article, again in Sunstone. Mormon leaders had the symbols of the square and compass defaced, and they didn't even own the building. Some early ward chapels had similar symbolism, of which I am not able to find. So who were these Mormon leaders? Okay, so Alan D. Roberts tells us who the Mormon leaders were in a different article in Sunstone in 1978, article called The Other Endowment House. He says, when elders Spencer W. Kimball and Ezra Taft Benson became aware of the Spring City symbols in the 1970s, they requested that they be removed from the plaque, explaining that sacred symbols openly displayed would only create confusion among the members. So here's what that endowment house looks on a kind of a pulled out view. Apparently somebody replaced the damage to the square and compass symbols on there, but I'm not sure if it shows up as clearly nowadays. All right, here's another example of the square and compass on a pin that the prophet Brigham Young wore. He actually wore a square and compass up until a certain point. Okay, let's go to another source. John Hyde, Mormonism, Its Leaders and Designs, 1857. Recalling an 1854 endowment ceremony in the Council House in Salt Lake City, he said he was greased and blessed. He means anointed with the holy oil, probably like olive oil. We had then to put on the garments, a dress made of muslin or linen and worn next to the skin, reaching from the neck to the ankles and the wrists, and in shape like a little child's sleeping garment. And I believe this is an actual example of that garment pictured above. Okay, some information from Devery S. Anderson in the Development of LDS Temple Worship, 1846 to 2000, a documentary history, which came out in 2011. Very helpful book for this video. Devery says, in the Nauvoo Temple around 1846, an initiate would present himself or herself before an officiator who would proceed to cut markings into his or her underclothing on the spot in the temple. They would make the cuts on you. Okay, these marks were to be hemmed by the initiate at a later time at home to make the marks permanent. And it was just the men that did it live, the cuts live in the temple, and then the women took theirs home and made the cuts based on the men's pattern. Okay, the Prophet Heber J. Grant talked about this. Also, in his first presidency, J. Reuben Clark and David O. McKay, a letter in 1938. They said, after the garments has been properly marked, it is permissible to stitch the marks, in other words, hem them, in order to keep them neat and less conspicuous. It is in reality the sacred markings and the intention of the wearer that convert underwear into garments. It is therefore of the utmost importance that the marks be understood and sacredly regarded. They explain what the marks mean in the temple ceremony, which we'll get to. Pictured above, AI version of Heber J. Grant. Okay, here's a really good account from Mary Etty V. Smith. It's in a book by Nelson Winch Green called 15 Years Among the Mormons, 1858, came out. So Mary says, a man behind the veil examined us. Holes through the veil enabled him to see us when we could not see him, and also to cut with a small pair of scissors certain marks besides others, the Masonic square and compass, upon the right and left breast of our garments, and upon the right knee a gash deep enough to make a scar, by which we were to be recognized as Mormons. This gash upon the right knee is now often omitted because many of the women object to it. So she's a woman, right? Mary Eddy. And she's saying she did have the cuts into her garments in the temple. So maybe by this time they were doing that, or maybe the accounts just conflict with each other. And then she also says the cut that is made on the right knee goes through the garment and into the knee. A gash that is deep enough to make a scar. And that's reminiscent of Masonry, which we'll get to. All right, so here's a picture of the veil, the 5 points of fellowship as you go through the veil. This dude is supposed to represent God, and then he lets you in when you do all the right tokens of the priesthood and all the right handshakes, etc. This picture's from a movie called The Temple of the Godmakers. It's one of the Godmakers movies. I think there was 3, maybe more of them. Put out by Ed Decker. Okay, so there was a good book put out called Method Infinite, Freemasonry and the Mormon Restoration, 2022, by Cheryl L. Bruno, Joe Steve Swick III, Nicholas S. Latursky. I think Bruno is active. Latursky, I think, is not. I don't know about Joe Steve. This is probably the best book on Mormonism and Masonry. Maybe the ones by Michael Homer can compete with this. But they say, in the early Mormon initiatory ordinance, the left breast of the garment was cut in the shape of a compass, and the right breast in the shape of the Masonic square, while the garment was being worn by the individual. So they're aware of that account that I just read. Okay, so it seems like the Freemasons also would poke and cut through material, this time into the naked left breast. This is according to William Morgan, Illustrations of Masonry, 1827, so before the church was established. He says, the candidate in Freemasonry then enters, this is Morgan, the junior deacon at the same time pressing his naked left breast with the point of the compass, and asks the candidate, did you feel anything? Answer, I did. Junior deacon to the candidate, what was it? Answer, a torture. Pressing his naked left breast with the point of the compass. That was kind of a little torture. Okay, so William Morgan mentions this again a little later in the book. He says, brother, when you entered this lodge the first time, you entered on the point of the compass, pressing your naked left breast, which was then explained to you. Okay, so what about the square? They talk about this in Method Infinite. They say later in the fellowcraft degree, the initiate is again brought to the door of the lodge. This time the angle of the square is pressed hard against his naked right breast. They're pressing the square, like an actual square probably in Masonry, pressed hard against his naked right breast. Bruno pictured above. Okay, so they get this from William Morgan. Again, this is Illustrations of Masonry. Morgan's pictured above, I think a drawing or painting. You now enter it on the angle of the square, pressing your naked right breast, which is to teach you to act upon the square with all mankind, but more especially with the brethren. So this is what's happening in the Masonic ceremonies. Okay, back to Method Infinite. Originally, the markings on the Latter-day Saint temple garment represented the following Masonic symbolic tools. The compass, or the compasses, symbolize the strength to circumscribe our desires and keep our passions within due bounds. And I think what they say in the temple ceremony is similar to that. And Joe Steve Swick III, pictured above. And again, they're getting this from William Morgan. He says, the compass to the craft by a due attention to which we are taught to limit our desires, curb our ambition, subdue our irregular appetites, and keep our passions and prejudices in due bounds with all mankind, but more especially with the brethren. All right, let's move to the square in method infinite. What does it mean as far as masonry goes? Originally, the markings on the Latter-day Saint temple garment represented the following Masonic symbolic tools. A simple interpretation of the square is a symbol of morality, and we'll read what the temple ceremony says once we start quoting from the endowment. Pictured above, Nicholas Latursky. Okay, William Morgan also talking about the square in masonry in his book Freemasonry Exposed, 1827. The three great lights in masonry are the Holy Bible, the square, and the compass. The square is to square our actions, so, basically morality. Okay, let's get to the navel and the knee. What are those straight horizontal marks on the garments on the navel and on the knee? They talk about this also in Method Infinite. Originally, the markings on the Latter-day Saint temple garment represented the following Masonic symbolic tools. The level is on the navel, which is a symbol of equality. Level up here on the right, on the navel. And the plumb is on the knee. The plumb represents integrity or upright character in masonry. So the level on the navel, that's not a ruler or a rule, that's a level. And the mark on the knee is a plumb. So this is something I didn't know before I made this video, and I don't think most Mormons know about this. So this, to me, is very interesting. The picture here in the middle is a square and a compass, but also the plumb in the middle there, that symbol in the middle, or sometimes they call it the plumb bob. The plumb is basically a vertical level. All right, so how do we know about this? Well, William Jarman points this out in his book, USA Uncle Sam's Abscess, 1884. He says, I was not much surprised to find Masonic emblems in the garden room. This is in the Salt Lake City Endowment House, such as the compass, the square, the level, and the plumb bob. So these symbols were in the corners of the room, and two of them were the level and the plumb bob. And those are the markings on the navel and knee. Pictured above, a plumb or plumb bob. It's got the string that goes down the middle and kind of swings back and forth as a vertical level. Okay, so Jarman got this information from the Salt Lake Daily Tribune, August 14th, 1881. Came out a few years before Jarman's book. This information is also in another article in the Salt Lake Tribune on February 12th, 1906, called The Mysteries of the Endowment House. Pictured above is the Salt Lake City Endowment House. So in the Daily Tribune, it says, in the old endowment house at Salt Lake, the ceiling of the Garden of Eden room was painted blue, etc. In each corner was a Masonic emblem. In one corner, a compass. In another, the square. The remaining two were the level and the plumb. So, very interesting. Okay, Hugh Nibley was aware of this too, the level and the plumb, or plumb bob. He did a lecture, which became a paper called Sacred Vestments, basically trying to show that garments with their Masonic symbols went way back in time and were ancient, of course, and probably even went into the Bible times, and they were wearing these Mormon garments with the Masonic symbols way back in Bible times. Masonry, like I said, doesn't go back that far. But this lecture, Sacred Vestments, came out in 1975. It's in his book or compilation of different things called Temple and Cosmos, 1992. But in this lecture, he talks about the compass and the square and the compass-like level, the square on the breast, the compass-like horizontal level, the plumb bob, the square sewn into the robe, trying to provide ancient evidence for these things. But Hugh Nibley seemed to know that those two marks were the level and the plumb, or the plumb bob. And here is an image of the plumb bob. It's got that weight at the bottom and some kind of a string or a cable that swings back and forth, and somehow they're able to use that as a vertical level. Okay, so here's where I went down a major rabbit hole, a major tangent, and that is Lucifer's apron. In the temple endowment ceremony, Lucifer has an apron with symbols on it. What did this apron look like? Did it have Masonic symbols? What were these Masonic symbols? What does the apron represent? So let's read from the Temple Endowment Ceremony 1984 version. Eve says, I know thee now, thou art Lucifer, he who was cast out of Father's presence for rebellion. And Lucifer says, yes, you are beginning to see already. I guess she had eaten the fruit. And then Adam says, what is that apron you have on? And Lucifer says, it is an emblem of my power and priesthoods. Well, that's kind of weird. Lucifer has power and priesthoods plural? What does that mean? So this is from the Temple Endowment Ceremony, the verbiage 1984 version. This whole entire exchange has been taken out of the endowment now. It was taken out in 2019. And pictured above, this is the best representation that we have of what Lucifer's apron looked like. It's a drawing. It's not an actual photo. But this showed up in that article in the Salt Lake Tribune, Mysteries of the Endowment House, February 12th, 1906. So pictured above, here's Lucifer's apron, at least in 1906. It's got two Masonic pillars, maybe the pillars of Solomon's Temple, and on the top of the pillars, two globes. Those are Masonic symbols, and then also these three serpents, one in the middle and one around each pillar. Those three serpents represent the devil or Lucifer. Okay, so here is the exchange in the 2019 Temple Endowment Ceremony, 2019. The whole part is of the apron. What is that apron you have on? It is an emblem of my power and priesthoods. That's been taken out. This has been very controversial, especially for evangelical Christians. They've focused on this, and I think it's kind of been an embarrassment to the church, and members of the church really didn't know how to interpret this. Evangelicals had their theories, but you see here in the red, it's been taken out. Okay, so let's go through a few people's opinions about this Lucifer's apron. We'll start off with Dan Wee's Encyclopedia of Anti-Mormonism 2012. He talks about the Salt Lake Temple is one of the few temples that still perform the ceremony live as of 2012. Almost all of the others now depict the scenes from the Garden of Eden on film. It is more difficult to see Lucifer's apron on the film, in the film. So what? They started to show it on film around 1954. The garments were first talked about in 1842. In the early temple endowment, a version of the early temple endowment. So for 112 years, they had no film. They just had Lucifer's live apron, and you could see it better. But starting in around 1954, it was in film, and it was harder to see. So if you can't see it very well, then how are you going to be able to interpret the symbology and the Masonic marks and whatever else is on there? But that's just a change in the church. For 112 years, if you were sitting probably in the first few rows, you could see it pretty well. Dan Wee's pictured above. All right, let's go to Ed Decker. He did an article called The Sure Sign of the Nail, Satan and the Mormon People, and it's on LinkedIn of all places, his LinkedIn, I guess, July 28th, 2017. An earlier version of this article was posted on August 28, 2009 at his website called saintsalive.com. That is now offline. But you can see this on his LinkedIn. He put it up in 2017. And he has his opinions about Lucifer's apron. I think he talked about this too on Mormon Stories. And people are going to say, why are you quoting these anti-Mormons? All right, well, that's the only data we have. The church doesn't talk about this. They haven't done any history or any papers or any books on this. They haven't shown us photographs of any of Lucifer's aprons through the entire time of the church since back to 1842. They want to keep it hush-hush. They took this apron out of the ceremony in 2019. They don't want to talk about it. So who else am I going to quote? I have to quote anti-Mormons to some extent and some other people. But Ed Decker says the apron that Lucifer was wearing resembles the Masonic past master apron that contains the square, the compass, the rule, and the all-seeing eye of Osiris. Notice he thinks that the square and compass are on there. Those are also on the garments. And of course he'll point out on the next few slides, what are the square and compass doing on Lucifer's apron and also on the garments at the same time? Pictured above, Masonic past master apron. It does have a square and compass. It does have the pillars with the globes on it, as we had shown that Lucifer's apron might look like. But it's not exactly like this. Okay, so Ed Decker continues. Lucifer just said that the apron was the symbol of his power and priesthoods. The marks on that garment are identical to the symbols on the apron, which Lucifer wears, the square, the compass, and the Masonic rule. So it's on his apron, according to Ed Decker, also on the garments. Pictured above, Lucifer on an apron. I think that was from a TV show. Okay, Ed Decker continues, and he's pictured above in his younger days. He's a lot older now. You can watch him on Mormon Stories. He says, it must also be noted that the veil itself contains the 4 marks of the holy priesthood that correspond to the marks found on the individual temple garment and also on the apron worn by Lucifer. We're going to talk about the apron, but yeah, he's right. And I can't remember I think we talked about this already, that the marks of the holy priesthood, or the Masonic marks on the garments, are also on the veil that you go through when you kind of do you used to do the 5 points of fellowship, and the Heavenly Father lets you through the veil and you go into the celestial room, which represents the celestial kingdom. Okay, so Christopher Nemelka points the same thing out too, basically, in his book, Without Disclosing My True Identity. It's a biography about Joseph Smith. Came out in 2012. Nemelka's pictured above. He leads a breakoff group from the church, and he published The Sealed Portion, one of his early books, and he has many more books now, later. So Nemelka says, a close look at the apron worn by the actor that is portraying Lucifer reveals the Masonic signs of secular intelligence and industry, the honors and the glories of the world, the square and the compass, which ironically, and this is important, are the same marks sewn into the LDS temple garments worn by the patrons who receive their endowments. So yeah, square and compass on Lucifer's apron, square and compass on your garments. So basically reiterating what Ed Decker had said. All right, let's go to Jonathan Streeter, article called Temple Changes for 2019. It's when they took this whole exchange out, right, of Lucifer's apron. He's got a blog called Thoughts on Things and Stuff, or a website. This came out on March 21st, 2019. He's pictured above on the left here. He says, I always thought that it was interesting that Satan claimed to have a form of priesthood in the temple ceremony. Also, the costume for the character of Satan had fabric that was a cool, sort of dark, iridescent material. See the picture in the middle? That's not an actual picture. It was no wonder that Adam would notice it. I had always assumed that Satan just created his own fake Potemkin village type of priesthood in an imitation of the real power of God. Potemkin village, see the picture on the right here, kind of like a facade, kind of a fake priesthood, right? Nothing substantial behind it. So a little comment from Jonathan. All right, a document or a book that came out by the Mormon educator A.C. Lambert. Mormonism and Masonry, a tabooed and difficult subject, 1962. I don't think this actually came out. I think it's at the University of Utah. But I was able to get a few quotes from it. So Lambert says, it would be interesting to know the precise time that a Masonic apron filled with Masonic symbols was first placed upon the character of Satan in the drama of the temptation of Eve, and was referred to by Satan as a symbol of my power and my priesthoods. It would be interesting to know, right? The church doesn't tell us. All right, so when was the first time Satan wore this apron? Was it all the way back to 1842 in Joseph Smith's time? Did Brigham Young implement it? We don't know. Pictured above, a version of Lucifer's apron with Masonic symbols as rendered by AI. As far as I know, none of those are Masonic symbols. It doesn't seem to know what those are. I use Mid-Journey for anybody that wants to know. So Lucifer's apron chronology. The first description that we have of the apron was in 1884, which we'll show on the next slide. This is 42 years after John Bennett's account of the garments. What did Lucifer's apron look like during these 42 years? Did he even wear an apron? Okay, a little bit of information from David John Berger in the Mysteries of Godliness book. He tells us that the endowment was standardized in a written form in 1877, and further standardization took place in 1923. So before that, not so much perfect standardization, right? From 1842 to 1877. It's possible that different temples had different costumes for Lucifer and different aprons for Lucifer. We don't know how far back it goes. Maybe the Manti Temple was different than the Logan Temple. Maybe the Salt Lake Temple was different than the St. George Temple. We don't know because everything wasn't perfectly standardized. All right, so let's get to some descriptions of Satan's apron, Lucifer's apron. I was able to find quite a few. I didn't want to tackle this because I didn't know of any descriptions before doing this video, but somehow I dug all these out. There's going to be a bunch of them. Dug them out of the data. This is William Jarman, USA, Uncle Sam's Abscess, 1884. This is, like I said, the first description we have. But for 42 years, we had nothing. So Jarman says, he, Lucifer, was clothed in a suit of black velvet, kind of like above. On his head, he wore a sort of skull cap of the same material, velvet. This cap had two large ears, which made him look somewhat devilish. AI always puts horns on the devil. Didn't put the ears on there. He also wore an apron made of a square of white satin, kind of like above, on which was worked in with dark silk floss, two large pillars representing the pillars of Solomon's temple and a lot of serpents. So kind of like that drawing that was in the Salt Lake Tribune. He's talking about the pillars. He's talking about the serpents, which was on that. The best drawing and the best representation that we have that was in the Salt Lake Tribune. The apron on this guy above has three pillars. AI still kind of has a hard time rendering all this stuff. But AI always puts on, or at least my version of AI always puts horns on the devil or on Lucifer. Okay, next book, Thomas Philip Marshall, Mormonism Exposed, 1908. So we jump ahead quite a few years here. Lucifer enters with an apron on, every emblem being reversed, not sure what that means, with the words holy priesthoods embossed on it, also crossed swords upon it. Crossed swords could be a compass. Even if you look at the AI version here, the cross swords, that definitely could be a compass. But it had the holy priesthood words embossed, kind of like pictured above, and then this devil has these two big swords as well. Okay, next one, an elder from the Reorganized Church, J.D. Stead. Doctrines and Dogmas of Brighamism Exposed, 1911. He got this account from the Salt Lake Tribune, an article called Endowment, Oaths, and Ceremonies, February 8, 1906. So Stead says, the devil enters. So these are all descriptions of the endowment. He enters from the back room, usually wearing a silk hat, carrying a cane, and having on a Masonic apron with the pillars surmounted by the balls. So similar to what we've talked about. All right, an account from the anti-Mormon Charles Moyston Owen did an article called The Mormons as I Knew Them, which was a 1912 report to Congress. Lucifer had a Masonic apron bearing 2 pillars surmounted with globes, as we've talked about, or crossed quill pens. That could possibly be look like a compass too. 2 crossed quill pens. AI rendered it more looking like kind of like swords. Okay, Stuart Martin, The Mystery of Mormonism, 1920. His Lucifer's dress is of a black cloth, and he wears a silk hat and an apron like that of the Masonic pattern. Doesn't tell us any symbols of the Masons. This is a really creepy image that AI did. There's some kind of a weird apron. It doesn't know what Masonic symbols are, but that is pretty creepy. All right, so we talked about this already, but David John Berger in The Mysteries of Godliness tells us that the first filmed version of the endowment was in 1954. So, long time before this, it was all live. It was like a play, right, for 112 years. And you can see Lucifer's apron better. The bottom row is different characters playing Lucifer. I'm not sure from what years they are. But they're on the bottom row. They all had different costumes, different outfits. And if you look at some of the films that are on YouTube, you can see some different costumes, from the more recent endowment ceremonies. Okay, William J. Whalen, The Latter-day Saints in the Modern Day World, 1967 book. He says Lucifer usually wears a black suit, a silk hat, a cane, and a Masonic apron, which is what a worshipful master wears in the Masonic lodge. Here's one picture, a real picture of a worshipful master's apron. It does have the square there, the all-seeing eye. I don't see the compass. Okay, an account from Dan Wies again, Encyclopedia of Anti-Mormonism. He says in 1980, the devil's apron was dark blue and had Masonic symbols embroidered on it. Kind of like pictured above on the right, but not really. That's an AI version. There were 2 pillars and a checkerboard pattern. The AI got that, kind of. Checkerboard pattern between the pillars, as well as the all-seeing eye and the Masonic compass and square. So that's interesting. He's saying square and compass were on it here in 1980. That would match the garments. Checkerboard pattern usually means there's like some kind of an altar or a podium that has a square and compass on it as well. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. Picture on the left, a sign for Zion's Cooperative has the all-seeing eye and holiness to the Lord on it, both Masonic symbols. You look in the early days of Utah, there was Masonic symbols everywhere. They were on the Salt Lake Temple, they were on LDS chapels, they were on endowment houses. Okay, a description of the apron from Bill Schnoebelen. How do you say that? Schnoebelen. He's an anti-Mormon. Put out a pamphlet called Joseph Smith and the Temple of Doom, 1985, which he turned into a book, which we'll talk about later. 12-page pamphlet printed in the Saints Alive Journal, winter 1986. So Bill, or William, says, Lucifer walks in, and he's talking about the live version of 1981. He walks in wearing the unofficial uniform of the Mormon priesthood, a black suit. He wears a blue apron filled with Masonic markings, unlike the plain apron in the film version. So he describes two versions here, the live and the film. All right, so I got a verbatim version of the Temple Endowment Ceremony from 1984. I can't remember what book this was in or where this was, but it was definitely a verbatim, word-by-word account of the endowment in 1984, and they also describe Lucifer. They say Lucifer, the devil, is clad in black and red robes, also wearing a square black apron tied to his waist, and wears a beard and a mustache. So they don't say there's Masonic markings on it. All right, here's that book, Mormonism, Temple of Doom, by William J. Schnoebelen and James R. Spencer, evangelicals, I believe, and also anti-Mormons. 1987 this came out. They say that around Lucifer's waist was a satin apron covered with Masonic symbols. The camera does not give you a close-up of his apron. So that was the film version. On the left up here, AI doing the pillars and the globes, and then some other weird symbols, and a full apron. It had a hard time doing like a waist apron. And then on the right, the picture of Mormonism's Temple of Doom book. I wouldn't rely too much on what he says in there. Hopefully his description of the apron is accurate. But a lot of other stuff in there is just nonsense. Pentagram with the goat and the square and the compass and the Salt Lake Temple on there. Okay, next one is Richard Packham, an article called Mormon Temples and Temple Rituals on his website. You can see here. The above description is based on the pre-1990 endowment as Richard experienced it, so I'm not sure the exact date. He says all characters wore white suits or dresses, except for Lucifer, who wore a black suit and a Masonic ceremonial apron, and the Christian minister, who wore an ordinary street clothes. Pictured above, an apron with supposedly Masonic symbols, but they're not. Okay, an account from Ed Decker, Decker's Complete Handbook on Mormonism, 1995. In the few remaining LDS temples where the endowment ritual is performed with live actors instead of films, the actor playing Lucifer wears a blue apron. The apron is covered with Masonic-looking markings. In the film version, it is a plain dark blue apron, kind of as pictured above. Okay, an account here from Gerald and Sandra Tanner. They did an article called Obsession with Lucifer, ? At veneermagazine.com. 2001 about, I estimate. So the Tanners say people are often led to believe that those who pass through the temple put on the same type of apron that Lucifer wears, and this is simply not true. Yeah, that they are right about that. Here's one of the Lucifers in the one of the more modern endowments. Michael Balaam, is that his name? Okay, the Tanners continue in Veneer Magazine. The apron worn by the patrons is green with fig leaves embroidered in it. You can see the picture on the right here. That's an accurate picture. The devil's apron, on the other hand, is not green. It is worn under his suit and only briefly displayed. And I think we have a picture of that, or a similar picture coming up. Another picture of Michael Balaam here. He looks like he's in kind of like mahogany or brown velvet, kind of. Okay, the Tanners continue. One man says that Lucifer's apron is blue, while another one claims that it is black with blue thread. Both, however, maintain that it contains two pillars and a checkerboard pattern, as well as other Masonic symbols. So checkerboard pattern probably means that there's also a square and compass there on a podium. Okay, the Tanners continue here in 2001. It is supposed to resemble a Masonic apron worn even before the time of Joseph Smith. And I do have a Masonic apron coming up here that's from 1820 in quite a few slides here. Those who have observed Lucifer's apron seem to agree that it not only differs in color from those worn by temple goers, but also has an entirely different design. Yeah, I haven't heard of one description that says it's green, although there is one coming up here that where it's kind of olive. This is an AI picture of Sandra Tanner in her younger years, and I think it looks pretty accurate. Okay, Jim Whitefield gives a description in The Mormon Delusion, Volume 3, 2009. Jim says, the devil called Lucifer comes on the scene. Lucifer wears a black apron, originally covered with various Masonic symbols. Now it is plain black, kind of like above. Okay, a dude or a woman named Kludgy. I don't understand the temple, so I'll keep going until I do, on the Mormon Curtain website in 2009. He did a few of these from bulletin boards that seem legit, that seem like they were first person. So Kludgy says, when I first started going through in the Salt Lake City Temple, Satan wore a Masonic apron complete with columns, checkered pathway, and compass and square as a symbol of my powers and priesthoods. Okay, Dan Wies again, talking about the 2010 version of the LDS Devil's Apron in the Salt Lake Temple. He says it is either navy or black with no embroidered symbols. So solid navy or black. All right, we actually have some footage, some real footage from the temple ceremony from New Name Noah. This was in 2011 and 2012. He combined these ceremonies. This is on YouTube. It's called Mormon Temple Endowment Ceremony, Salt Lake City live version. And you can see Lucifer there on the left here in a black suit, black tie, white shirt, and like a solid olive apron, which we'll get a close-up of. Okay, so a close-up here. Looks like it's kind of olive, 2011 and 2012. Actual footage. Okay, another first-person account, Corsair64 on Reddit in 2019. So what's the deal with Satan's apron really? He or she says, I was with my father in this live session in the Salt Lake City Temple. The Satan character wore a light blue apron with a bunch of Masonic symbols on it. Satan's apron had images including an angled grid behind a Corinthian column. I seem to recall other expected masonry objects. Okay, so let's do a summary here. We have 25 accounts in all, which amazes me that I found that many, because I didn't think I was going to get any, really. But we don't have any early ones before, what, like 1884. We have 18 accounts that say that Lucifer wore an apron with Masonic symbols on it. So that's pretty clear that it had some kind of Masonic symbols on it, 18 accounts. We have 7 accounts that say Lucifer's apron was some kind of plain color with no symbols on it. These tend to be later accounts, so that's a trend. Of the 18 accounts, 7 people said that the Masonic symbols included the square and compass. That's about 39%, or exactly 39%. If they said that the apron had some sort of checkerboard pattern, that verifies the square and compass as well, because those aprons tend to include those symbols. We could maybe go up to 9 people saying that it had the square and compass too. If you do the quill pens and the swords, you can imagine those crossed to look like a compass. So maybe it's 9 out of 18, which would be 50%. I'm not sure if you should really include those though. The only way that we will know for sure what his apron actually looked like is if the Mormon Church releases pictures of Lucifer's apron from the past 182 years. You know they have this stuff. They keep everything. They may be in the temples. They may be in the church history library. But you know they have them. They keep everything. Will they release pictures of these? They've never released a picture of even one. So I say here they never will, or at least they probably never will. All right, so let's try to establish an overall idea of what's happening here with this apron. What does it mean? What's the symbology? Boyd Kirkland did a chapter in the book called Line Upon Line, Essays on Mormon Doctrine, 1989, by Signature Books. Chapter was called Eternal Progression and blah, blah, blah. But Boyd says Satan does lose his apron, a symbol of his powers and priesthoods, after being cursed in the Garden of Eden. So he loses it. I don't know how to verify this. I've seen this in another source as well, that Satan loses his apron. So he has the powers and priesthoods, but then he loses them. I'm not sure how to verify this. Okay, let's try to do an understanding of Masonry and Mormonism. What did these Mormon leaders think about Masonry? So this is Apostle Willard Richards to Levi Richards, March 7th to the 25th of 1842 in this book, Richards' Family History. Willard Richards says, Masonry had its origin in the priesthood. A hint to the wise is sufficient. So maybe like it used to be legit, it had its origin in the priesthood. Willard, pictured above. All right, an account from the Apostle Heber J. Kimball in a letter to Parley P. Pratt in 1842, so pretty early on, same year as John Bennett's account of the garments, which is our first account. There is a similarity of priesthood in Masonry. Brother Joseph Smith says that Masonry was taken from priesthood, but has become degenerated, but many things are perfect. So they believe that Masonry goes all the way back to Solomon's temple, right? Back in those days, it was perfect. It had truth. It was similar to the priesthood. But then, just like the churches of those times, over time, it apostatized, it degenerated, and many of the truths were lost. But Masonry still has some truths. How much truth? 50-50, they don't really say. Okay, an account from Joseph Fielding's journal around 1843. Not Joseph Fielding Smith, a different one. This was in a BYU Studies article in 1979. Joseph Fielding pictured above. He says, many have joined the Masonic institution. This seems to have been a stepping stone or a preparation for something else. The true origin of Masonry. This I have also seen and rejoice in it. Okay, an account from Benjamin F. Johnson in My Life's Review, 2001, kind of like an autobiography, I guess. Joseph Smith told me that Freemasonry as at present, which would be 1843, was the apostate endowments as at present, as sectarian religion was the apostate religion. But back in the day, way back in the Old Testament, way back at Solomon's temple, maybe it wasn't an apostate endowment. It had the full truth. Okay, some Mormon saints in Salt Lake City around 1849 and 1850 in John W. Gunnison's book, The Mormons, or Latter-day Saints in the Valley of the Great Salt Lake, 1856. Pretty early book. Masonry was originally of the church and one of its favored institutions. To advance the members in their spiritual functions, it had become perverted from its designs. These are just some miscellaneous saints in Salt Lake City, I guess. So you can see if they believe this kind of stuff that I've talked about. These Mormon leaders are going to be interested in Masonry because there's going to be some truth in there. You know, how much? I don't know. Okay, Apostle and President Heber C. Kimball in 1858 in the First Presidency. Manuscript History of Brigham Young, 1858. Kimball says, we have the true Masonry. The Masonry of today is received from the apostasy, which took place in the days of Solomon and David. They have now and then a thing that is correct nowadays, but we have the real thing. So that's why there's all these similarities too, right? Because Masonry is the corrupt endowment. But the original Masonry was pretty much like the endowment in the modern-day church, the modern-day Mormon church. However, if it was, it's been changed so much, so many changes over time. I did a whole video on this, all the changes in the Mormon endowment. It doesn't look a lot like the original ceremony. A lot of things have been changed. A lot of the Masonic stuff they've tried to take out. The symbols on the garments is a tough one though, because how do they get rid of the symbols on the garments that everybody's worn over this long period of time? Okay, one more account. I think this is the last one from Anne Eliza Young. She used to be married to Brigham Young. Put out a book called Wife Number 19 in 1875. It's a great book. I use it a lot in my videos. Anne says, it is claimed that the mysterious temple rites were taken from Masonry and that the endowments are a direct outgrowth of the secret society. Brigham Young delights, I know, to speak of it as celestial Masonry. So the modern day temple endowment is celestial Masonry. A couple gold coins here that have some Masonic symbols on them. Looks like a Masonic handshake. It also, what does it say? Holiness to the Lord, right? Which is Masonic. So they even put Masonic stuff on their money. Okay, I guess I lied because I have a couple more accounts. Kind of driving this point home a little too much, I think. TBH Stenhouse, the Rocky Mountain Saints, 1887. He's pictured above. The Mormon leaders have always asserted that Freemasonry was a bastard and degenerate representation of the order of the true priesthood. Okay, Apostle Matthias F. Cowley in Rudger Clawson's journal, 1902. Cowley spoke of Freemasonry as being a counterfeit of the true Masonry of the Latter-day Saints. Okay, Apostle Melvin J. Ballard said it very clearly here in the Salt Lake Herald, 1919. Modern Masonry is a fragmentary presentation of the ancient order established by King Solomon. I'm not sorry there was such a similarity because of the fact that the ordinances and rites revealed to Joseph Smith constituted a reintroduction upon the earth of the divine plan inaugurated in the Temple of Solomon in ancient days. Pictured above, Solomon's Temple as produced by AI. All right, we'll read a few explanations of Lucifer's apron here before I give you my theory. Jeffrey M. Bradshaw here, the Mormon guy. Interpreter Foundation article, so he's an apologist. What's this article called? Moses Witnesses the Fall, the False Apron, and the Tree of Death. This is one of the rare times you'll hear any apologist or any Mormon historian talk about Lucifer's apron at all, and he doesn't even really say that this is Lucifer's apron here. So Bradshaw, pictured above, he says, it is perfectly in character for Satan to have planted the suggestion of making their own aprons in the minds of Adam and Eve, since he often appropriates false or counterfeit signs of power and priesthoods for himself in order to deceive. Satan appropriates counterfeit signs of power and priesthood. So his priesthood is counterfeit. It's a way for him to deceive. All right, Jeffrey M. Bradshaw continues. In the episode of the fig leaf aprons, Satan, suggested a course of action to Adam and Eve that substituted a self-made emblem of power and priesthood for the true article obtainable only when authorized by God. So Satan's power and priesthood, as represented by his apron, which he doesn't mention the apron, is self-made and not authorized by God. All right, here's Christopher Nemelka's explanation in the biography of Joseph Smith, Without Disclosing My True Identity. 2012, Joseph Smith specifically instructed that these things be placed in Lucifer's apron, which were the Masonic symbols, etc., being a representation of his works, and also in the garments of the participants. Why in the garments? Because our flesh entices us to desire the things of the world and the honors and glories thereof. Okay, another explanation from Christopher Nemelka in another book he did called Sacred Not Secret, The Official Guide to Understanding the LDS Temple Endowment, 2008. He's got the full endowment in here and then his explanations. He says, Lucifer's work and glory comes from the works, achievements, and honors of men, which are further amplified by our own delusion and vain imaginations. These are presented as priesthoods, quote unquote. All right, back to without disclosing my true identity, 2012. No child would ever wear an apron that represents an emblem of power and priesthoods. Only a natural man would. Only an enemy to God would. The natural man was finally revealed through the symbolism of the temple endowment. The natural man is Lucifer, who wears his apron proudly. All right, the sociologist Thomas F. O'Dea, pictured above here on the left, his book, The Mormons, 1957, talking about the ancient priesthood ceremonial of Masonry. I guess this picture on the right is an ancient priest done by AI who's Masonic, an ancient Masonic priest. Joseph Smith went to Masonry to borrow many elements of the endowment ceremony. These he reformed, explaining to his followers that the Masonic ritual was a corrupted form of an ancient priesthood that was now being restored. Okay, the pastor Wesley P. Walters, pictured above. This is in a book by the Tanners. Walters did an article called A Curious Case of Fraud in the Tanners' Lucifer God Doctrine, 1988. Book or pamphlet. So Walters says, when the Mormons showed that Lucifer was wearing a Masonic apron, they seem to be implying that Masonry itself has the priesthood of the devil. It appears that Mormons are holding up both Lucifer and the Masonic fraternity to ridicule. Well, maybe the modern day version, right? The modern corrupted apostate form of Masonry is the priesthood of the devil. All right, the Mormon educator A.C. Lambert again. Mormonism and Masonry, a tabooed and difficult subject, 1962. It came to be known that Masonry is the priesthood of the devil in a conspiratorial and debased imitation of the true priesthood of God and its true symbols, emblems, and ceremonies. Okay, A.C. Lambert continues, but these positions never do answer the question of why the true prophet, seer, and revelator of God, Joseph Smith, should ever have been suckered into the devil's imitation priesthood in the first place. Masonry, right? The imitation priesthood. And I think it was that he saw a lot of truth in there. He thought there was a lot of truth in there, and other leaders of the church did too. Maybe 50, 60% true. All right, so let's see if I can explain my theory here about Lucifer's apron. This is what I think is going on. We know that Lucifer had an apron. We know that it had Masonic symbols on it. About half of the accounts, or half of the early accounts, we should say that there was a compass and square on it. We know that the modern day Masonry in Joseph Smith's time was considered a corrupt form of Masonry, which was pure and like the original endowment back at Solomon's Temple in the Old Testament. But the current Masonry was corrupted. So currently, in the time of Joseph Smith, Masonry had partial truths, maybe half-truths. And so Joseph Smith restored that to the perfect endowment, which has since been changed a lot, but we won't go into that. The current state of Masonry in Joseph Smith's time was a corrupted, apostate form of the endowment. So I think that's why Lucifer was wearing an apron with all the Masonic symbols on it. It represents the corrupt form of Masonry in the 19th century. That's Lucifer caused the corruption. Lucifer caused the apostasy. And Joseph Smith had to restore the true endowment, right? So what about this square and compass? If that's on the garments, then that wasn't corrupted, right? That's part of the true Masonry, right? Because Joseph Smith restored it and said, oh, that has to be on the garments. It has to be on the veil. So my first theory here is that Joseph Smith just picked a Masonic apron, didn't think about the individual symbols in particular on that Masonic apron. It was just a Masonic apron to represent the current form of corrupt Masonry. And maybe he didn't even think, oh, there's a square and compass on there. It was just an oversight. He didn't even think about that. He just put a Masonic apron in the ceremony. Now, there is also the possibility that he was aware that the square and compass were on Lucifer's apron. And, of course, he was aware that they were on the veil in the temple and on the garments that people wear. So there is the possibility that he was aware the square and compass on the apron. My theory for that, in that case, is that's just simply part of the masonry that's still true. That's simply part of the masonry that wasn't corrupted. Square and compass was still good, right? So we can keep it on the apron. It's still good, and we can keep it on the garments. All right, so let's talk about the optics. This doesn't look good. You know, I have come up with my best explanations, but this still doesn't look good. Lucifer has power in priesthoods. Lucifer has this weird Masonic apron. Why? It's easy to misinterpret. Evangelicals have misinterpreted it and have had big time problems with it. It's hard for members of the church to know what to make of this. The church has taken it out of the endowment in 2019. They've never released any photographs of any of these, of any of Lucifer's aprons, which I would love to see. I've been interested in this topic for a long time, and this is just the first time I've been able to gather data. So, yeah, if we could get photographs of all of his aprons, and then there's a big, like on some of the Masonic aprons, there's a big compass and square, like right in the middle that's obvious, so that you're sitting in a live endowment and you see that compass and square, and that's obvious. And then you say, oh, it's also on my garments. How am I supposed to interpret this? Lucifer's got it on his apron. I've got it on my garments. Am I in league with Lucifer? You know, you could come up with all kinds of interesting interpretations. So I don't think the optics looks good. I think the church knows this, and I don't think they're going to release photographs of these aprons, although I'd love to see them. And some of them might be in individual temples, some in the Manti, St. George, Logan, Salt Lake. They may be at headquarters and church history library. They could be in the First Presidency's vault. Who knows? Okay, another tangent that we could go down. We'll just mention this briefly. This is in Wilford Woodruff's journals in 1860. And he said that President Brigham Young said that the people of the United States had sought our destruction, and they had used every exertion to perfect it. They have worked through the Masonic institution to perfect it. They worked through the Masonic institution. Joseph and Hyrum Smith were master masons, and they were put to death by masons or through their instigation, and there were delegates from the various lodges in the Union to see that he was put to death. So there you go. According to Brigham Young, recorded by Wilford Woodruff, Joseph and Hyrum Smith killed by Masons, pictured above. Joseph Smith's death mask on the left, Hyrum Smith's death mask on the right. All right, so as part of my research, I found a bunch of other descriptions of what Satan looked like in the endowment ceremony. So I wanted to share this as well, even though this is not about Lucifer's apron. It's just general descriptions of what Lucifer looked like. Here's a picture we have from Annalisa Young's Wife Number 19 book. It's a small capital letter block depicting W.W. Phelps as the Mormon devil. He was the devil early on. I don't know how accurate this is. It says the devil of the endowment house, which was open for a long time before the Salt Lake Temple opened. He's in he's got weird pointed shoes, some kind of black and gray tight suit, some kind of a black mask, and a big thing jutting out of his head, like some kind of a cap. Okay, a statement from Michael W. Homer in Dialogue, a Journal of Mormon Thought. Similarity of priesthood and masonry, which we've talked about. 1994, so Homer says, while in Nauvoo, W.W. Phelps became a temple ordinance worker, where he frequently played the part of the devil, who had Masonic symbols on his apron. He continued to play this role in Utah. So W. Phelps. Of course, Homer pictured above. Okay, Newell K. Whitney also played the serpent or Lucifer. William Clayton's Diary, December 10th, 1845 entry. Newell K. Whitney pictured above. Okay, the next day, December 11th, 1845 entry in William Clayton's Diary says that W. Phelps also played the serpent. Here's a creepy looking AI photo of a half man, half serpent in some kind of tight serpent skin looking thing. Okay, an article in the New York Times in 1853 called The Mormonites. They say, in the secret interior parts of the Mormon temple mysteries, he, W. Phelps, plays the part of the serpent devil in the Garden of Eden, and in fact, on such occasions, he wriggles and hisses so much like a snake that he is regarded by all the saints as indispensable. Pictured up here on the right, part of the Book of Abraham papers. There was this snake-looking guy. I think this is the Book of Joseph. Joseph Smith said the Book of Joseph. Snake-looking thing with legs on it. And I think it was Oliver Cowdery that said, "Oh yeah, that's the serpent in the Garden of Eden." Of course, it's not. It's ancient Egyptian. Okay, another account of W. Phelps in Artemus Ward, His Travels, 1865. I guess that's a book. There is an eccentric Mormon at Salt Lake City by the name of W. Phelps. It is said that he enacts the character of the devil with a pea green tail in the Mormon initiation ceremonies. So, pea green tail. All right, here's something that I don't think anybody else has pointed out. Salt Lake Tribune, December 17, 1876. A.H. Raleigh played the part of Lucifer in the St. George Temple. A.H. Raleigh. Okay, found another one in the Salt Lake Tribune as well. July 14th, 1878. I don't think this has been pointed out. W.J. Smith, the homeopathic doctor of the 11th Ward, who is now playing the part of Lucifer in the Endowment House. W.J. Smith. Other people throughout history, Lael Woodbury, 1966 film. Ron Fredrickson, 1969 film. Sterling Van Wagenen, 1970-something film. Michael Balaam, 1988. Daryl Yeager, 1991. And Corbin Allred, 2013. Okay, so who is Lucifer in 2023? I have heard on Reddit that Corbin Allred is gone. The guy on the left here, he left the church. And the dude on the right, Paul Cartwright, is now Lucifer. But I think they've changed it to a slideshow, so they've kind of did an AI rendition of putting Paul Cartwright's face and head on Corbin Allred's body. So I hear. I haven't verified this 100%, but it's on Reddit. Okay, another picture of Lucifer crawling around on the floor like a serpent. This is W. Phelps. Again, I think this also comes from Anne Eliza Webb's book, Wife Number 19. Okay, a lady named Emmeline described Lucifer in a letter to the Warsaw Signal, April 15th, 1846. Soon a very dandy-like fellow appeared with a black cap on that had a long veil attached to it. Of course, this is Lucifer. The Lord pronounced a curse upon him. He gets down upon his belly and crawls off. Okay, the Prophet Brigham Young in 1857. You can see men and women who are 60 or 70 years of age looking young and handsome, but let them apostatize and they will become gray-haired, wrinkled, and black, just like the devil. So supposedly the devil is black skin, I guess you could say. And apparently the devil was black, had a black face in the temple, which we'll get to. All right, Anne Eliza Webb Young description in Wife Number 19, 1875. Satan was dressed in a tight-fitting suit of black, slashed with pink pointed shoes, a helmet, and a hideous mask. All right, Anne Eliza Young continues. The devil's costume, with the exception of the mask, resembled very closely the dress always worn by the stage Mephistopheles. Maybe kind of like pictured above. All right, and continues. I think that Lucifer must have had different costumes, since it has been described several times, and the descriptions have varied in every case. So, like, yeah, before this time, things really weren't standardized. Different costumes. We can assume different aprons for Lucifer. Okay, same account. The devil was then cursed, and he fell upon his hands and knees, and wriggled and hissed in a snake-like manner, in as a snake-like a manner as possible. Okay, Anne Gorge Lee also did a description of Lucifer in her autobiography in 1900. His most precious excellency, the devil made his appearance. The gentleman was dressed for the occasion with a large red velvet cap, with a large red velvet tassel, black velvet coat with blood-red buttons, red velvet knee breeches, red silk stockings, red shoes, made something like turned up behind and before. And I think AI did a pretty good job on this one. Okay, Anne Gorge Lee continues in her autobiography. The devil's tail was a long back tail ending the shape of an anchor and spear. His hands and his face were black, giving him the appearance of having come from a very hot and smutty country, with large, fierce red eyes. He was very polite and moved around with exceeding gracefulness. Okay, Anne continues. The devil was the admiration of Mother Eve, and she asked Adam who was that most elegant gentleman. Who was he? She became perfectly infatuated with his beautiful appearance. I guess Eve became infatuated with Satan. He made love to her excellency. That's strange. Lucifer made love to Eve. With his beautiful appearance, he made love to her excellency, the Queen of Eden, and he flirted with her and charmed her so that he had her perfectly under his control. The man representing the devil at the endowment was one by the name of Phelps. All right, the Prophet John Taylor, 1882, in the Journal of Discourses. When God destroyed the inhabitants of the pre-flood world, he suffered a descendant of Cain, in other words, a black person, to come through the flood in order that the devil might be properly represented upon the earth. So, black people represent the devil on earth. That's pretty bad. We're going to get to some accounts here where Lucifer in the Mormon Temple Endowment apparently in the past had black skin. So this is pretty interesting. Okay, Lyle G. Brown, Temple Ordinances as Administered in Nauvoo, Illinois, 1840 to 1846. A research report, a bi-monthly publication of the Southwest Center for Religious Research, Mesa, Arizona, 1990. Some kind of a journal, I think. He's thinking back, I think, to the 1970s. Lyle says, some of the changes that I have observed include the omission of Satan's black skin in the preacher's description of the devil. So sometime, I think around in the 1970s, the preacher was saying Satan or Lucifer had a black skin in the endowment. An apron above, what is that? Satan's apron, kind of a joke. You can buy anything in this world for money, Lucifer says. Okay, LDSendowment.com on their timeline on there also talks about this. In the 1970s, revisions are made to the portion of the ceremony involving Lucifer's preacher. Lucifer no longer specifies the amount of the preacher's salary, and a reference to Satan's having black skin is omitted. There used to be more than one preacher. When I went through, it was just some generic Protestant preacher, but in the olden days of the Temple Endowment, they had a number of different representatives from a number of different Christian religions. Okay, somebody on Reddit commented on this. DBear848. Is it true that in the Mormon temple pre-1960 the devil was said to be black? Reddit post 2017. So DBear848, he says, when I went through the temple in the early 1970s, the minister was asked by Peter to describe the devil. He said that Satan was black and had hands like a bear. After my mission, I attended almost weekly, and I noticed that the video had been changed to omit the black skin reference. Later on, they just got rid of the minister altogether, which is true. Okay, David John Berger talks about this in his article in Dialogue, 1987. He's referencing a book that printed the exact verbiage of the endowment. Bob Witt and Gordon Fraser, What's Going On in There, 1969. They talk about this. Several phrases used in the ceremony film scripts were subsequently dubbed out in the mid-1970s. They were dubbed out. For example, the preacher's reference to Satan having black skin was omitted in recent years. All right, Jim Whitefield talks about this in The Mormon Delusion, Volume 3, 2009. Jim says, in the early endowment, some first-hand accounts suggest the character Lucifer was also black-skinned, or at least made up to look black, as someone who actually was black would not have been allowed to even enter the temple. That's true, till what, 1978. Naturally, he is no longer depicted as black, as this would be completely unacceptable now. All right, some more information from David Berger in his book, The Mysteries of Godliness. According to the actor who portrayed the minister in the third filmed version, that actor would be Spencer Palmer, the role of Satan's part was to have originally been filled by an African American, but due to protests by the LDS Polynesians, a Caucasian filled the role, but originally was to be filled by an African American. All right, one more description of Satan or Lucifer in Mormonism's Temple of Doom book. Then suddenly Lucifer walks in. He has on a black suit and tie and a white shirt, kind of like pictured above, and that's actual footage. In film versions of the ceremony, he wears a crimson robe with a black overgarment. He's not talking about the black skin here, but just another description of Lucifer. And I think this is footage from New Name Noah again, and that's of the live endowment. That guy in the black suit, that's Lucifer. All right, so here's the passage that kind of got me thinking that I could find some data on Lucifer's apron, that maybe there was something to it. This is Rick Grunder. He put together a bibliographic source, this big, long book that he put together of parallels, Mormon parallels, to rare books that he has compared to other Mormon teachings. So he's a rare book dealer. Mormon Parallels came out in 2014. This is page 1283, so you can see how large of a book it is. So he's advertising a Masonic apron that he has for sale. James T. Porter Masonic apron artifact around 1820. So 10 years before the church was restored. Rick says, displaying numerous familiar Mormon symbols, somewhat resembling the apron worn by a certain evil figure, Lucifer, in the endowment ceremony, as presented live in the Salt Lake Temple in the 20th century. So this apron will show on an upcoming slide. Here's just a picture kind of advertising his business. He's got a lot of really cool, rare, and antique Mormon related materials. All right, so here's Rick's description of the apron. I won't read this whole thing. You can pause and read it if you want. But there is a checkerboard floor upon which lies a compass and a square on this particular apron. So here's the picture, James T. Porter, Masonic apron, 1820. There is a compass here, and on the left blue box here, and then the little podium on the checkerboard also has a small compass and square on that little podium or altar. So if you blow up that little altar or podium, you can see the compass and square there better. But if this is what was in the endowment, it would be pretty hard to see, I think. All right, President George Washington's Masonic apron around 1782. Right in the middle is a square and compass. Okay, the Prophet Joseph Smith's Masonic apron around 1842 to 1844. They actually have a picture of this at the josephsmithpapers.org in their photographs section. This one on Joseph Smith's apron has quite a large square and compass on it, and then also has the checkerboard pattern with the little podium and the smaller square and compass as well. But you know, if this was similar to Lucifer's apron in the live ceremony, that would be pretty noticeable. You could definitely see the square and compass there in the middle. This also has the two pillars with the globes on top. And this is the square and compass on that podium blown up on Joseph Smith's apron. All right, the prophets John Taylor and Wilford Woodruff also had similar Masonic aprons. You can see these in the Daughters of Utah Pioneers Museum, otherwise known as the Pioneer Memorial Museum, I think they're calling it nowadays. These are very similar to Joseph Smith's, almost exact, except the one on the right here has a little bit of a blue trim around it for some reason. We don't have one for Lorenzo Snow. I think he was the last Mormon prophet to be a Mason, but he was kind of not officially a Mason. But he was kind of in, kind of out. You can read the Wikipedia page on Lorenzo Snow being a Mason. All right, so I tried to do an image here with Joseph Smith wearing his apron. This didn't turn out to be too good because I'm not skilled enough to make it look good. All right, so here's another picture of Michael Balaam, who played Lucifer in the Temple films for quite a while. So I just heard today, what is the date today? August 14th, 2024. Some news that they're changing the endowment once again, and that they're taking out like 20 or 30 minutes of the endowment, shortening it, which has been a trend over time. It used to be, what, like 5 or 6 hours? I think we may have mentioned in this video. But it sounds like from the initial reports, I guess from people that have gone through the new endowment that just came out, is that a lot of the stuff they're taking out is the lines of Lucifer. So they're reducing Lucifer even more, but we'll have to get verification of this. All right, here is the Salt Lake Masonic Temple exterior. This was completed in 1927. I think for quite a while, and I don't have the dates on this off the top of my head, but for a while, Mormons were not allowed to be Masons in Salt Lake City. They weren't too happy with all the stuff that they stole from the ceremony, from their ceremonies. They probably weren't too happy about Lucifer's apron and other things. All right, so let's get back to garments. The Apostle and President Heber C. Kimball, Journal of Discourses, 1859. He's in the first presidency. Kimball says, "It was given through Joseph Smith by revelation that we should let our garments be the workmanship of our own hands." That happened for a while, but of course, later on, when factories could make the garments and sew the markings perfectly, then they started to have them made in factories. Okay, let's go to an account by the Prophet Brigham Young, a speech in Salt Lake in 1861. Brigham says, "I recollect a promise that Joseph Smith gave to Willard Richards at a certain time when he clothed him with a priestly garment." Pictured above, kind of a random picture, Brigham Young's personal safe. I had never seen this before. That's pretty cool. That's kind of like the First Presidency's vault nowadays, I guess. It's got a beehive on it. I'm not sure if that says holiness to the Lord above the beehive, but that's pretty cool to see. All right, Prophet Brigham Young continues, and Joseph Smith said, Willard, never go without your garments on your body, for you will stand where the balls will fly around you like hail, and men will fall dead by your side. And if you will never part with this garment, there never shall a ball injure you. All right, Brigham continues. I heard Joseph Smith say this, he says, and then a voice in the stand says, so did I. It is true. And Willard obeyed the words of the prophet, and he said, I will die before I will part with this garment. The balls flew around him, riddled his clothes, and shaved a passage through one of his whiskers. One of the bullets or the balls went right through his whiskers. So that was a very close call. All right, Apostle and President Heber C. Kimball again, 1862, says that Jesus and the Apostle Peter in the Bible also had these Mormon garments. He says, to return to the subject of the garments of the holy priesthood, I will say that the one which Jesus had on when he appeared to the prophet Joseph was neat and clean, and Peter had on the same kind, and he also had a key in his hand. All right, Heber C. Kimball about Christ's garments again, and what they were made out of, and the fact that we shouldn't be ashamed of homemade garments. So again, Apostle and in the First Presidency, Heber C. Kimball, this is now 1863, Journal of Discourses. We read that when they had crucified Christ, they parted his garments, casting lots upon them, what every man should take. The Savior's undergarment was knitted wool, and Joseph Smith always wore that kind. So you got to have the wool, right? Going to be hot in the summer. Therefore, I think we have no occasion to be ashamed of homemade garments. All right, Apostle George A. Smith also saying that Frederick G. Williams saw the Savior in his garments, 1864. On the first day of the dedication of the Kirtland Temple, President Frederick G. Williams bore testimony that the Savior, dressed in his vesture without seam, in other words, his garments, came into the stand and accepted of the dedication of the house or of the Kirtland Temple, that he saw him, that's Frederick saw him, and gave a description of his clothing and all things pertaining to it. So, yep, Christ wore these Masonic garments. All right, an anonymous account from the 1870s and David Sylvester Tuttle's book, Missionary to the Mountain West, 1987. The garment had cuts in it, worked around in buttonhole stitch, a right angle on the right breast, a heart on the left breast, that should be a compass, a straight line at the navel, and a straight line at the right knee. So yeah, kind of as pictured above. Okay, Von Brody, No Man Knows My History, 1945. There was also a slash in the garment across the abdomen, symbolic of the disemboweling that would be the fate of anybody who revealed the sacred secrets. Yeah, I don't think that's right. We're going to read right out of the Temple Endowment script, and we'll see what it says about the symbolic meaning of that slash or that horizontal line on the navel. All right, so it seemed for a time that they would put the marks in the garment, and then they'd also put the marks in their shirts. This is Apostle Franklin D. Richards' diary, Franklin pictured above, 1870 entry. And he's saying something that the Prophet Brigham Young supposedly said. Young says, some inquiry was made as to how many of their shirts are marked. This is their shirts, not their undershirts. A few rows with them marked. President Young said that he took the scissors and soon made the marks in their shirts. Even if the shirt is colored, mark it. If there is flannel or buckskin between the shirt and the garment, that also should be marked. But an overshirt worn as a vest should not be marked. So that's something pretty different than what they do now. It is interesting to note that Mormons, when they die, they're buried in their temple clothing, temple robes, the green apron, the hat, and everything, I believe. and their garments underneath their robes. This is a statement from John D.T. McAllister, 1873 statement. It is my desire to be buried in the garments and the robes of the holy priesthood, everything pertaining thereto properly made and put on my body. So I remember seeing the funeral of my grandma, and sure enough, she was in her coffin and all of her temple clothes on. All right, Parley P. Pratt supposedly had an 1830 vision of Masonic symbols. This is recorded in his autobiography in 1874. I looked up to see if he was a Mason. He was a member of the Nauvoo Masonic Lodge, which opened in 1841. But that's, 11 years after this vision, supposedly. So Parley says, I cast my eyes upward to inquire from whence the light came, this vision, when I perceived a long chain of light extended in the heavens, very bright, and of a deep fiery red. It at first stood stationary in a horizontal position. Horizontal position, is that kind of like on the navel? I don't know. At length, bending in the center, the two ends approached each other with a rapid movement, so as to form an exact square. Oh, a Masonic square, right? Just like on the garments. All right, Parley continues here. In this position, it again remained stationary for some time, perhaps a minute, and then again the ends approached each other with the same rapidity and again ceased to move, remaining stationary for perhaps a minute in the form of a compass. Oh, wow, square and compass. All the way back here in 1830, supposedly. But I think Parley has a pretty active imagination for this autobiography. It's kind of over-the-top, faith-promoting kind of material. 1874. All right, Parley P. Pratt's vision continues. It then commenced a third movement in the same manner and closed like the closing of a compass, the whole forming a straight line, like a chain doubled. It again remained stationary for a minute and then faded away. All right, so how did Parley interpret this vision? John L. Brooke tells us. The very good historian in the Refiner's Fire book, great book, 1994. Parley P. Pratt saw in cloud formations a Masonic square and compass, Brooke says, which he interpreted as a marvelous sign of the coming of the Son of Man. So the square and compass, Masonic symbols, I don't understand how that's a sign of the coming of the Son of Man, but that's apparently what it was. All right, let's go back to Anne Eliza Young, wife number 19 book. Anne had her endowment in 1869 in the Salt Lake City Endowment House, and she talks about it here. She says the applicant was told to come near, and as he approached, hands came through the opening in the door and cut a mysterious mark on each breast of the man's garment. So right in the ceremony, they're cutting your garments. Another mark over the abdomen, and still another one over the right knee. She got all that right. Kind of a cool AI picture above. Kind of opening the door, the curtain, with some kind of a knife or scissors, and gonna cut the marks. Okay, Anne Eliza Young continues. She says the women were told to copy the marks in their own garments when they went home. So the men got it in the life ceremony. The women copied the men's marks when they went home. Pictured above, some Under the Banner of Heaven footage, I think, which was on Netflix. Was it Netflix or was it on Hulu? One of those. That is really what the endowment looks like. They did a good job recreating it. The women are wearing the veils on their heads. The men, kind of the baker's caps here on the right. The women used to pull that veil over their faces during certain parts of the endowment. They no longer do that as of 2019. All right, let's go to John D. Lee and Mormonism Unveiled, The Life and Confessions of John D. Lee. 1877, John D. Lee had his endowment in December of 1845 in the Nauvoo Temple. so pretty early on. John D. Lee says, after the washing and anointing, I was given a garment which I was told to put on, and I was charged after once assuming it that I must never leave it off. All right, John D. Lee continues, when it became necessary to change, I must take off one side, then put the fresh one on in its place. Then I could drop the soiled one altogether and get the fresh one on as soon as possible. And we've heard other people talk about that as well. Okay, John describes how the garment protects you physically. So long as I wore it, I was free from danger and even from death. Disease should not assail me, and neither shot nor the assassin's knife should have power to harm me. Every good Mormon wears this garment and is very superstitious about allowing it off. All right, John D. Lee, Mormonism Unveiled. It's kind of like his diaries. There is nothing elegant about the garment. On the contrary, it is quite ugly, and the young saints who assume it dislike it terribly for its plainness and awkwardness. Okay, in shape, it is like a child's sleeping robe, with the waist and drawers combined and reaches from the neck to the feet. It is of white, bleached muslin and untrimmed. All right, John D. Lee. Laterly, some of the younger daughters of Brigham Young, see picture above, and other young ladies of the Mormon fashionable world have instituted a reform, and to the horror of the older ones who are not given over to the pomps and vanities, etc., the younger ones have had their garments cut shorter, low in the neck, and short-sleeved and elaborately trimmed, which would be the styles some years later, of course. Of course, the majority of the people who have known of this innovation, the cutting of the garments to make them shorter, the majority have been terribly scandalized, but all to no avail. Young people are going to do what they're going to do. All right, the Mormon girls, and like girls of the world, object to making guys of themselves. They don't want to dress like guys. And neither counsel nor ridicule can affect them once their minds are made up on the subject of dress. They will suffer for that what they will not suffer for their religion. All right, Oliver B. Huntington Journal, 1877, tells the story of the martyrdom at Carthage jail. Oliver's pictured above. It says, the prophet Joseph Smith pulled off his garments just before starting to Carthage to be slain, and he advised Hyrum Smith and John Taylor to do the same, which they did. Joseph Smith advising everybody to take off their garments? Okay, Oliver continues. Brother Taylor told Brother Willard Richards what they had done and advised him to take off his also. But Brother Richards said that he would not take his garments off, and did not, and said that he was not harmed. All right, Oliver continues. Joseph Smith said, before taking his garments off, that he was going to be killed. I was going as a lamb to the slaughter, said Joseph, and he did not want his garments to be exposed to the sneers and the jeers of his enemies. All right, Oliver continues. These facts all came from President John Taylor's lips. After he was president of the church, Elder John Morgan had told them to me, as stated to him by Brother Taylor. So what is this, third hand? John Taylor's watch that the church for a long time said it got hit by a bullet and saved John Taylor's life. So apparently it's this dent in the yellow circle where the bullet hit or the ball hit. Looks like there's some kind of hole in the face of the watch too, which I'm not sure what that is. Personally, that looks like a pretty small dent. Like a ball coming out of a gun. It seems like it'd be a much bigger dent, but who knows. Okay, Sister Lucy B. Young also confirmed this story, and she said that Brother John Taylor told her in answer to direct questions the same, all except with regard to Willard Richards. All right, Doctrine and Covenants, the Mormon scripture talks about this episode as well. They say, Hyrum Smith was shot first and fell calmly, exclaiming, I am a dead man. And Joseph Smith leaped from the window and was shot dead in the attempt, exclaiming, O Lord my God. And then I think he also said, is there no help for the widow's son? And he did the Masonic signal of distress, which I think is putting both hands and arms above your head. But, of course, they don't talk about that in the D&C. They were both shot after they were dead in a brutal manner, and both received 4 balls. Okay, Doctrine and Covenants account continues here. John Taylor and Willard Richards, 2 of the 12, were the only persons in the room at the time. The former was wounded in a savage manner with 4 balls, but has since recovered. The latter, which was Richards, through the providence of God, escaped without even a hole in his robe. And I think by robe they mean garments. All right, some more information in William Clayton's journal in 1845. So very early on. Elder John Taylor confirmed the saying that Joseph and Hyrum and himself were without their robes, in other words, without their garments, in the jail at Carthage, while Dr. Richards had his on, his garments were on, but corrected the idea that some had, that they had taken them off through fear. So why did they take them off? Pictured above, I believe that's Carthage jail. All right, same source, William Clayton's journals. W.W. Phelps said that Joseph Smith told him one day about that time that he had laid aside his garment on account of the hot weather. That makes sense, right? He got killed in June. Probably took their garments off due to hot weather. Other Mormon historians say, oh, they didn't want the mob to see their Mormon garment marks or signs, because that would identify them. They were trying to be secret. But hot weather sounds just as good, if not better, of an explanation. All right, let's move on to Hubert Howe Bancroft's History of Utah, multi-volume set that he did in 1889. And all of the ones above are book series by Bancroft. So he was very prolific. So Bancroft says, the undergarment, which is also alike for both sexes, is a sort of a jacket and trousers together, something like the night dresses made for children, and is worn day and night. All right, Bancroft continues. He seems to be quoting John D. Lee here, or maybe they were both quoting somebody else. But very similar. Bancroft is pictured above. When the garment is changed, only an arm or a leg must be removed at once. The fresh garment being thus put on as the other is taken off, the garment protects from disease and even from death, for the bullet of an enemy will not penetrate it. Okay, a description of the garment in 1890 by Ebenezer Robinson in The Return, Volume 2. As early as 1843, a secret order was established in Nauvoo called the Holy Order. Members of that order were provided with a peculiar undergarment called a robe. It was made in one piece. On the right breast is a square, on the left a compass, in the center a small hole, and on the knee a large hole. So that's a little different than just 2 straight lines, right? Navel a small hole, on the knee a large hole. Okay, Ebenezer continues. He's pictured above. It was claimed that while they wore the robe, or the garments, no harm could befall them. Okay, Mary Elizabeth Lightner in a letter to Emmeline Wells, 1880. I think Lightner's pictured above. While in Nauvoo, I was very busy painting and giving lessons. I painted Masonic aprons of 2 degrees by Joseph Smith's instructions. All right, Mary also said that she painted 50 Masonic aprons for the lodge. Pretty cool, hand-painted. I'm not sure if Joseph and like John Taylor and Willard Richards were hand-painted or not. This apron pictured above is hand painted. You can see the square and compass on it. This account from Mary Elizabeth Leitner comes from her autobiography, Holograph, Susa Young Gates Papers, Utah State Historical Society. All right, an account from the Prophet John Taylor in 1883 in the record book of S.B. Roundy. Taylor said that the pattern of the garment was given to Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. The collar meant that my yoke is easy and my burden is light. So I guess when they took off the collar, they lost that meaning. All right, the Prophet John Taylor continues, the compass is a guide to the wearer, as the North Star is a guide in the night to those who do not know the way they should go. And we'll read the actual meanings of these things when we start reading from the endowment. All right, Taylor continues, the square represents the justice and fairness of our Heavenly Father, that we will receive all the good that is coming to us, or all that we earn on a square deal. All right, same account. The navel mark, meaning strength in the navel and marrow in the bones. The knee mark, representing that every knee shall bow and every tongue confess that Jesus is the Christ. I think that knee mark is accurate for what they say and the actual verbiage of the temple. Pictured above, circle of men kneeling, of course, before Jesus. All right, Prophet John Taylor, the whole garment to be a covering and a protection from the enemy, the sleeves reaching to the wrists and the legs to the ankles. Pictured above, we have an actual picture of the garments. I don't see the date on this. I think it's from the Washington Times. But that's basically how they look like, these long underwear things. And they label it, the label on there says the endowment garment. This union suit is never wholly removed from the body of the good Mormon. Union suit was kind of these clothes that workers wore, I think, that looked very similar to the garments, I guess, at the time. Okay, Prophet John Taylor again, same account, S.B. Roundy. The pattern of the garment was given to Joseph Smith by two heavenly beings. So it's like a revelation, right? Then why did they change it if the pattern was revealed from heaven? All right, an account from William Jarman in 1884. I cannot better describe this garment than by saying it is an undershirt and drawers in one, with tape strings instead of buttons, because buttons were more expensive. We are cautioned never to be found outside of this holy garment. Pictured above some drawings from the Salt Lake Tribune that I think are fairly accurate. Okay, William continues. The garment must ever after be worn next to the skin, for with this garment on we are told that it is impossible for the devil to enter one's body. So that's pretty good. You can't get possessed by the devil or evil demons, right? As long as you have the garment on. If we are in a building on fire without means of escape, this garment will keep us from burning. You're going to stay in your building, stand right in the middle of the fire, and it won't burn you, right? Because maybe all it will burn is your feet and your hands and your face, which still wouldn't be good. All right, same account. I think he's being a little bit funny here. He says, then again, if shipwrecked and no lifeboat handy, this garment becomes a swimming apparatus. We cannot sink, like a life jacket. All right, so he also talks about not fully removing the garment when you're changing the garment, or maybe when you're taking a bath. I won't reread this. Okay, the Apostle Abraham H. Cannon's diary, 1893. It was decided in answer to a question that people should wear only white temple garments, whether they be cotton, wool, or linen. Colored garments should not, however, be used. But later on they would make exceptions for this as well. Nothing stays the same in the Mormon Church. Okay, Apostle Abraham H. Cannon, diary again, but now in 1894, talking about marking the shirts as well as the garments. So they were doing that in the past, it sounded like. They had the marks in the garments. They had the marks in the shirts. It was decided as being unnecessary to mark the shirts of those who passed through the temple and received their endowments. The marks in the garments are sufficient. So around August 1894, I guess you didn't have to have the marks in your shirt as well as the garments. Pictured above from an early hand-painted Masonic apron with symbolic figures. Okay, the Prophet Wilford Woodruff, George Q. Cannon, and Joseph F. Smith also talked about this, not having to mark the shirt anymore. In a letter to Lorenzo Snow, August 31st, 1894, it has been the practice to mark the shirt, but we think this unnecessary as it is not strictly a part of the temple clothing. Pictured above, a guy in a tank top with markings on his shirt. No garments underneath, of course. It says, it's in words too, compass, square, navel. Okay, First Presidency, 1894, Prophet Wilford Woodruff. The marking of the garments should be done in the washing room and not at the veil, and the greatest care should be taken to see that no person is permitted to leave that room wearing an unmarked garment. Okay, an imaginative account from Anne Gorge Lee, autobiography in 1900. But definitely a lot of the stuff she says is true. Some of it sounds kind of made up. It's still an interesting account. We then put in the garments called the combination garment. The garment is marked on the right side with a square, on the left side with a heart across the breast, and it is torn across the bowels, indicating the penalty of an oath, which will be more fully explained hereafter. The mark across the knee was to remind you when you kneel down to pray, you must curse the Gentiles and the government. Anne, pictured above. All right, Anne continues, we were instructed as to the meaning of the marks on the garment and what they called for. The mark across the bowels means that you would suffer yourself to be disemboweled rather than reveal any sign, grip, or password, or anything you saw or heard in the temple. All right, Anne Gorge Lee, in about 1900. There was also another variant of this autobiography in 1915. She says the marks on the left side over the heart meant to avenge the blood of Joseph Smith on the Gentiles, either by fair or foul means, or have your heart taken out while yet alive. This oath was taken under a drawn sword. That's pretty cool, right? Drawn sword in the temple. I've also heard that there was like daggers or knives. All right, the mark on the right side indicated that you had to work for your living and be industrious and faithful and prompt in paying your tithing to the church. The mark on the knee indicated prayer and curses on the government of the United States. All right, same account by Anne. We were ushered into another room upstairs. This represented the grave. It is a large room with a curtain drawn across the middle of the room. The marks on the garment are also on this curtain. All right, the Apostle Rudger Clawson's diary in 1902. The President and Prophet Joseph F. Smith said that those who mar their garments by cutting off the sleeves are covenant breakers, because the garments are supposed to remind you of the covenants you make in the temple. But if you cut them or mar them, you are a covenant breaker and will forfeit their blessings or your blessings if they do not repent. All right, the Apostle Rudger Clawson's diary, but now in 1903. The question was asked as to the propriety of burying a suicide in his temple clothing. In other words, somebody who has died by suicide. Answer, it depends upon circumstances, whether they can be buried in their clothing, right, or in the temple clothing and the garments when they die. If his life was taken through wickedness, no. Can't be buried in the temple clothing if you took your life through wickedness. But if you were insane, yes, you could be buried in the temple clothing. Action in cases of this kind is not governed by precedent, but by circumstances. Pictured above, kind of a psychiatric hospital. All right, so back in 1904, if you didn't wear your garments properly, you could be disfellowshipped. This is from the Apostle George Albert Smith, October 26, 1904, in Quinn's book, Extensions of Power. George instructs the Salt Lake Stake Prayer Circle that among some women, the practice of removing the garments from the neck and the arms and tying them behind the back was common. These were serious faults and might result in the offenders being disfellowshipped. Pictured above, a Mormon prayer circle in the temple. Okay, a Mr. Lundstrom, a Mormon guy, I guess, being interviewed in the Reed Smoot hearings in 1906. Yes, sir, the garment is supposed to be a shield against all danger, temporal and spiritual. So, physical or spiritual. Okay, an article called Mysteries of the Endowment House, Salt Lake Tribune, February 12, 1906. Great article. She then told me to put on my garments. These are made in one piece. On the right breast is a square, on the left a compass, in the center a small hole, and on the knee a large hole, which is called the stone. That's weird. A large hole on the knee is called a stone. I think that part's wrong. Pictured above, I think those are actual garments, but they're the abbreviated type that they wear nowadays. Neckline is further down. Short sleeves, I mean, not even to the elbow. And the shorts, barely to the knee. Okay, same article in the Salt Lake Tribune, 1906. We were told that as long as we kept them on, no harm could befall us, and that when we changed them, we were not to take them off all at once, but slip out a limb at a time and immediately dive into the clean ones. All right, the neck was never to be cut low, or the sleeves were never to be short, as that would be patterning after the fashion of the Gentiles. All right, Temple Minute Book, St. George, December 7th, 1910. President Brigham Young once told a young woman that they could turn in the collar and roll up the sleeves, but they must not cut them off. Can you imagine having long sleeves on all the time and trying to do dishes and housework and yard work? All right, the First Presidency letter to Arthur C. Smith in 1915. Prophet was Joseph F. Smith at the time. The pattern of the temple garment was given by revelation to the prophet Joseph Smith. The exact date as to the month or year is unknown. All right, same source. The garment with buttons instead of strings referred to by you is not the temple garment and should not be worn as such. Can't have buttons, you have to have strings, because in the early days of the church, buttons were too expensive. All right, Prophet Joseph F. Smith continues, it is not right to leave off wearing the temple garment during the day because of hot weather. That's what Joseph Smith did, bad boy Joseph. It should not be taken off at all, excepting to be renewed by another garment, or for the purpose of bathing, or for work, or other purposes requiring the bearing of the body. Pictured above, Joe Smith on a hot day. All right, two members of the First Presidency, Anthon H. Lund and Charles W. Penrose, in a letter to Edward H. Snow, 1916. The rule of the temple is that a woman who marries outside of the church cannot receive a recommend to go through the temple, and hence cannot get the garments. I put in there. So if a woman marries somebody from outside of the church, she can't go to the temple, but I think that's not the same for men, and we'll get to that. Because her husband would be very apt to ask her to reveal the temple ordinances, and if she refused to do so, it would cause contention between them. Okay, Anthon H. Lund, Diary, 1917. He was an apostle and in the First Presidency. Brother B.H. Roberts had said that he did not look upon the garment as a coat of mail, in other words, armor. The prophet Joseph F. Smith showed that it had been a protection to the wearer. All right, George F. Richards, Journal, 1921. The wearing of the garment and the protection that it affords protects life, That's physical right. It protects morals, virtue, honor, and faith as well. All right, so in 1923 is when they started making the major changes to the garments. I was able to find this article in the Duchesne Courier, June 22, 1923. It was also in the Salt Lake Tribune, June 4th, 1923. We'll just use the Tribune reference going forward on this. Heber J. Grant was the prophet at this time when they were starting to make the changes. In the Duchesne Courier, the article was called Temple Garments Greatly Modified, Church Presidency Gives Permission, Style Change Optional with the Wearer. That might have been the title in the Salt Lake Tribune as well. But for some reason, I found it in the Duchesne Courier. In the old days, the temple garment was made of plain, unbleached linen. No buttons were used. Tape, tie strings took their place. The garment itself was uncomfortably large and baggy. Grant pictured above. All right, same source, Salt Lake Tribune, 1923. Heber J. Grant making these changes. The old style garment is faithfully adhered to by many of the older and sincerely devout members of the church. Those regard the garment as a safeguard against disease and bodily harm, and they believe that to alter either the texture of the cloth or the style would bring evil upon them. All right, same article, Temple Garments Greatly Modified. Formerly, the sleeves were long, reaching to the wrists. While doing housework, the women would roll up the sleeves. If sleeves were to be rolled up, they might as well be made short. In the first place, for convenience, it was argued. All right, so here's another actual picture of the long garments. They look to have like tie strings instead of buttons, but I'm not sure. And it looks like it has a collar. All right, encasing the lower limbs, the old-style garment reaches to the ankles and is looked upon by young members as baggy, uncomfortable, and ungainly. I'd have to agree. Okay, the young of the gentle sex, in other words, women, complain that to wear the old style with the new and finer hosiery gave the limbs a naughty appearance. Yeah, I can't imagine wearing hosiery over the top of garments. It was embarrassing in view of the generally accepted sanitary shorter skirt. All right, permission is therefore granted by the First Presidency to shorten the lower garment. Also, buttons are permitted to take the place of the tie strings. So finally, the Mormons could afford buttons. In another article, the tie strings were said to be long. All right, same article, Salt Lake Tribune, June 4th, 1923. Young men of the church, especially those who take exercise or play games at the gymnasiums, they favor the shorter garment. Yeah, or maybe not just not wear it at the gymnasium. The permissive modification is welcomed as a sanitary move and a change looking to the comfort and health of those who wear temple garments. Okay, instead of the old style, coarse, unbleached, irritating material of which temple garments were once made, the finer knitted goods and even silks are now used. Can't imagine wearing wool in the summer. An ad here for hosiery and underwear. The bottom one says temple garments, lightweight, suit. A suit is $1.25. Medium weight suit is $1.50. Okay, these materials and modified styles are officially approved, but such alterations are optional with each individual. Got to keep the old people that use the old style garments. You got to keep them happy. And by no means are these compulsory. Church officials desire it understood. So you can wear the long ones if you want. And a little tidbit from Reed Smoot's diary in 1923. He says Apostle George Albert Smith and Apostle Joseph Fielding Smith were opposed to the change in the garments. Of course, Joseph Fielding Smith, right? He's the hardline Orthodox guy. Didn't want the garments changed. I guess he was in the minority. along with George Albert Smith. Pictured above is what AI thinks Joseph Fielding Smith looks like. Not terrible, but not exactly right. Okay, First Presidency circular letter. Prophet was Heber J. Grant. Counselors Penrose and Ivans. Also in Heber J. Grant's letter books. This is a letter to presidents of stakes and temples. After careful and prayerful consideration, it was unanimously decided, no, because we just read 2 of the apostles were against it. So that, I didn't notice that before, but that is not, they're lying here. It was unanimously decided that the following modifications may be permitted, and a garment of the following type be worn by those church members who wish to adopt it, which eventually became almost everybody. Namely, number 1, sleeve to the elbow is the new change, not to the wrist. Notice it's still to the elbow, though. They're even shorter now, right? They're not to the elbow. Number 2, leg just below the knee. That's how it is nowadays, basically, but maybe a little above the knee, too. Number 3, buttons instead of strings. Number 4, the collar eliminated. Number 5, the crotch closed. So you used to just open that crotch and go to the bathroom. I think there was an opening in the back, too. You just kind of lifted a flap when you had to do, the number 2. All right, a little tidbit from Kay Birmingham. She's an attorney that put out a book called An American Fraud, One Lawyer's Case Against Mormonism, 2010. She says, since the crotch used to be open, which we talked about, the little flap, it enabled furtive or secretive sexual relations while clothed. How many people of the older generation didn't want to take off the garment, but then it's also just a matter of convenience, right? You just open the flap, the furtive, secretive flap, just have sex with your garments on. All right, so the Tanners noticed this as well, or this is actually where I heard about it first. Mormonism, Shadow or Reality, 5th edition, 2008. They say since 1923, the temple garment has been abbreviated even more. The sleeves no longer come to the elbow, nor do the legs hang down over the knee. And as an example of this, this is a younger former member of the church on TikTok showing the Mormon garments that she used to wear. This is pretty recent. The sleeves are kind of high up, right? And then they got this big, long V-neck, which is a lot lower than they used to be. And then the shorts are way above the knee. So, yeah, they went through more changes. All right, back to that circular letter, June 14, 1923. Prophet Heber J. Grant. It may be observed that no fixed pattern of the temple garment has ever been given. Not true. Plenty of former apostles and prophets said that Joseph Smith revealed the pattern. They also say it may be observed that the present style of garment differs very materially from that in use in the early history of the church, at which time a garment without collar and with buttons was frequently used. I thought in the early history they used ties, and I don't know if previously they had those without collars, maybe. All right, same circular letter by the First Presidency. In order that there may be uniformity in temple work and that expedition in the administration of the ordinances of the house of the Lord may not be impeded, we recommend that people doing temple work, whether it be ordinance work for the dead or first endowments for the living, wear the approved garment now in use. They recommend it that you wear the old style garments in the temple. Okay, same source, and this is interesting. If persons appear at the temple with a modified style, the short garments, they should not be refused admittance, provided they come properly recommended. So that's interesting. We're going to get a lot of comments that say that only the old style garments should be used in the temple going forward, from 1923. But here they say if you show up in the new style garments, the short garments, they will not refuse you admittance. You can still get in. Bishops in giving recommends to the temple should call attention to this recommendation. All right, so as we're moving along here chronologically, we have the Salt Lake Tribune garment drawing. This was also on the first slide of this video. This article was September 28, 1879. You can see they have a small collar, like a tie string at the top, tie strings in the middle, square compass, and a hole at the navel, and a slash at the knee. Of course, that hole, I guess, became a slash, a horizontal slash, or it always was, and they didn't know. Okay, Apostle Stephen L. Richards, Salt Lake Tribune, 1932. Some changes have been made in recent years, the change in the garments, and these changes have disturbed some of the members. Always does when you make changes. Personally, I approve of these changes and hope the general authorities will be led to make other changes as conditions warrant. Looks like we have a garment ad above here. Salt Lake Knitting Store. You could get bleached cotton lightweight, bleached cotton medium weight, bleached lisle lightweight, bleached mercerized lightweight, 1/2 wool, 75% wool, 90% wool. All tailor-made with a perfect fitting. Okay, a statement from T. Edgar Lyon, pictured above, in an oral history interviewed by Davis Bitten, 1975. The introduction of this new style garment caused considerable unrest among some members. Yep, I can imagine. Some people got mad just from switching from the ties to the buttons. Okay, let's go to Zina Y. Card. Garments and the temple instructions around 1923, some kind of manual, I guess. When Joseph Smith received the endowments and revelation from the Lord to be given to his people by authority, he also received the instructions as to how to make the garment. None had ever seen anything like it, and the sisters who made it were under his direction, and when it was submitted to him, he said that it was right and the way it had looked to him in his mind, and he accepted it. So that kind of goes against what the first presidency said on that other slide. All right, Zina continues. This was the pattern given, and it is right. For Aunt Eliza Snow, pictured above, was the governess and seamstress in the house, or in his house, Joseph's house, at the time that the first garments were made, and heard the instructions to the sisters. So the sisters could get in on this action, right? They could sew garments. All right, Zina Y. Card, pictured above. Garments should be worn all the time. When you understand the covenants, you will understand that you cannot take them off at night, even if you're in a hot room, right? All right, let's go to a lie, not telling the truth, by Apostle John A. Widtsoe. Answers to seminary teachers' questions, summer school, 1934. As for Masonry, we have taken nothing from the Masons any more than we took baptism by immersion from the Baptists. Well, where did those marks on your garments come from, Mr. Widtsoe? All right, so really the first really good account that's pretty accurate of the temple endowment was put out in 1931 by the Reverend William M. Payden. We don't really know a whole lot about what was in the endowment ceremonies before this. I mean, there's no complete endowment scripts that came out before this. As far as I know, this is the first good one. His book is Temple Mormonism, Its Evolution, Ritual, and Meaning. So this is actually the temple endowment, the garment parts, 1931. Brother, I now give you these garments, which are patterned after those given to our father Adam when he was found naked in the Garden of Eden. So the pattern goes all the way back to Adam and Eve. All right, quoting from the endowment in 1931. They are called the garments of the holy priesthood, and will prove a shield and protection to you until you have finished your work in righteousness upon the earth. How do you like these shields I made? The backwards L and the V there, which are on the breast. All right. They are never to be removed except for purposes of cleanliness, and then for no longer than necessary. So this is the actual verbiage. Salt Lake Knitting Store ad above. New garments. You can look at all the different kinds they had. For ladies on the left, for men on the right. Flat, ribbed, extra quality, medium weight, silk, lisle. For men, ribbed, light, ribbed extra, medium light, medium heavy, heavy, wool and cotton, silk and wool and cotton. All right, same source here, quoting from the endowment. We now have the veil explained to us, kind of like pictured above. We are told that it represents the veil of the temple. The marks are the same as those on the garments. So the same marks on the garments are on the veil. I think we've mentioned that before. The compass on the left and the square on the right side, the navel mark corresponding to that part of the body, and the knee mark, which is supposed to mean that at the name of Jesus, every knee should bow. Of course, the marks on the veil are much larger than the ones on the garments. And then they have separate holes in the garment for when you interact with the person behind that lets you into the celestial kingdom. All right, quoting from the endowment continues. Documented by William M. Payden somehow. Tape recorders were coming out about this time. Maybe somebody was taking notes. Maybe somebody had a really good memory, a photographic memory. I'm not sure how he got this. There are 4 other marks on the veil called the marks of convenience. These are different than the Masonic marks on the veil. One is a hole through which the Lord puts forth his hand to test the knowledge of the candidate. 2 other holes through which the hands of the Lord and the candidate are thrust to be placed upon each other's backs, and 1 through which the candidate whispers in the Lord's ear. This was the 5 points of fellowship. You can read this meme above if you want to know what that is. That's been taken out. It was kind of creepy for women having to get up really close and do these 5 touching points to a man. All right, back to the Apostle John A. Widsoe. Answers to seminary teachers' questions. Summer School, 1934. Corrupted truth, which is masonry, etc., is found everywhere. Corrupted masonry, as we've talked about. The temple ordinances were revealed as many other things have been revealed to the prophet Joseph Smith. Revealed and not taken from the Masons? Well, he also took a lot of the Masonic handshakes, as pictured above. All right, Widsoe contradicts himself here. There have been no changes in the garment. What? Well, what happened in 1923 then? Fundamentally, it is like it was in the beginning. Lengthening or shortening of the sleeve is not a change, really. He contradicts himself. Try having long sleeves all the time. It's going to be rough. Okay, Apostle John A. Widsoe continues. Shortening the sleeves and legs is just a minor thing, he says, in line with our needs, especially in the summertime. Yeah, so you don't have to be like Joseph Smith and just take them off. But that does not make any difference to the garment itself. So they cut them short, so now they kind of start to focus more on what the marks are. And it's actually the marks in them that's important. Okay, Widsoe continues. The garment is a covering for my body, representing covenants that I have made. We make entirely too much of the so-called changes. These are so-called changes, but they're not really changes. There have been no changes in the ideas. Oh, what's the ideas? Oh, the Masonic markings. Okay, here's another change. Handbook of Instructions, 1934. Women who are in good standing in the church and have been faithful and devoted members, but whose husbands are not members of the church or are not worthy of a temple recommend, may, with the written consent of their husbands, be granted the privilege of receiving their endowments, and hence of receiving the garments, I say in there. So in 1934, women could go through and get their endowments and get their garments, whereas before they couldn't. But they have to get the written consent of their husbands. All right, same source. They're basically saying we're not going to announce this too much publicly unless women inquire about it. So they say, however, women should not be urged nor requested to take advantage of this ruling. So kind of not tell them about it. It is a privilege to be granted those who have proved themselves worthy and who are desirous of receiving their blessings. So, women that were married to non-members or husbands that were not worthy of the temple have to get written approval from their husbands to go to the temple. But at least now they could get their endowments and they could get their garments. Okay, a new source, Prophet Heber J. Grant to Grant A. Kendall, 1935. We permit people who are engaged in athletics to remove the garment where necessary while so engaged. If you remember the William Payton account of the endowment, basically said in there that they could only take them off for bathing or for cleanliness, and to try to limit the amount of time that you take them off. So you take like quick shower or quick bath. Okay, Prophet Heber J. Grant again says you can actually take off the garments for work as well. He says there would be no objection to one whose employment required her to do so of removing the temple garment when necessary. Okay, so there was some kind of garment committee. Apostles George F. Richards, Joseph Fielding Smith, Stephen L. Richards, and Melvin J. Ballard, I guess, were on this committee. They did a letter or a circular to the First Presidency and the Council of the 12 in 1936. 3 of the members of the committee recommended and 1 opposed, allowing the modified street garment to be worn in the temple and authorizing a sleeveless garment. Who do you think the one opposed was? Well, we already know from previous slides, Joseph Fielding Smith. Okay, same source here, this temple committee to the First Presidency and the Apostles, 1936. The best interpretation of the marks on the garment which has come to us up to this time has been supplied by Apostle and President David O. McKay. He's going to explain what the marks are. He's in the First Presidency, David O. McKay. It is as follows. The square means honor, integrity, loyalty, and trustworthiness. Not sure why they need to define it because it's defined in the endowment. Pictured above, David O. McKay as AI thinks of him. Okay, David O. McKay's definitions, or what each of the marks on the garment mean. B, the compass means an undeviating course in relation to truth. Desires should be kept within proper bounds. All right, David O. McKay's definitions of the marks. The one on the navel means that the spiritual life needs constant sustenance. And the mark on the knee means reverence for God, the source of divine guidance and inspiration. Okay, and to this last one, the mark on the knee, might be added a further definition, that which is now in use, that every knee shall bow and every tongue confess that Jesus is the Christ. All concur in this recommendation. All right, same source here, this temple committee, Richards, Smith, Richards, and Ballard. Letter to the First Presidency and the 12, April 22, 1936, LDS Archives. We recommend that there be an understanding that when occasions arise that necessitate the exposing of the garment to the gaze of the curious, the unbeliever, or the scoffer, see picture above, the wearer is justified in laying it aside temporarily, and that the wearer must be the judge as to what circumstances warrant this action. You don't want them to see these Masonic marks and make fun of them, right? Okay, let's go to one account from a Mormon fundamentalist. Kind of a breakoff group of the church, right? Trying to get back to the original teachings. Of course, the fundamentalists didn't like it when they shortened the garments. Okay, so Elder Daniel R. Bateman here, June 20, 1932, Temple Ordinances and Garments in a fundamentalist publication called Truth 2, January 1937. On the 27th of September, 1886, I was at an 8-hour meeting at John W. Woolley's home in Centerville, Utah. In that meeting, the importance and sacredness of the garments were explained by President John Taylor. All right, Bateman continues, the sleeves reaching to the wrists and the legs to the ankles, not fitting tight but flowing. It'd be annoying to have a loose, flowing garments. And Bateman says that John Taylor said that this pattern was given to the prophet Joseph Smith by two heavenly beings, which we had a different quote for that as well. Okay, another source here, First Presidency to Hiram B. Calder and his counselors, maybe a bishop or a stake president, March 25th, 1938. Prophet is Heber J. Grant. Young people who declare that they will not wear the garment after they shall have received their endowment should not be given recommends. So basically, if you don't wear your garment, can't go to the temple. Okay, Manti Temple Historical Record, 1938. Sister Young told of a meeting held in the Logan Temple where the late President Anthony W. Ivins stated that the full meaning of the marks of the garment has not been revealed. The full meaning, not in the temple, not by David O. McKay. All right, First Presidency Circular Letter, July 20, 1938. Prophet is Heber J. Grant. In order to establish and preserve a uniformity of practice in the temples, it has been deemed advisable to ask members of the church doing temple work to wear in the temple only the so-called old-style garments, including long sleeves and legs, collars, and strings. But earlier, and I think it was Heber J. Grant, said if you show up in the short garments, they won't turn you away. But here they're kind of standardizing more again. I don't know. There's the First Presidency pictured above here. Heber J. Grant, David O. McKay, J. Reuben Clark. All right, same source here by the First Presidency. What to do with worn out and discarded garments? You don't want non-members to see them who will scoff and ridicule them. It is suggested that the marks may be cut from them and that thereafter they may be put to such uses as may be made of cloth. You used to kind of had to cut everything up and just throw it away. You couldn't really use it as a rag or anything, but now it sounds like they're going to allow that. I think my parents cut the marks and you could see where the marks were, and then they just threw them away. Okay, Prophet Heber J. Grant and his counselors, 1938. Once you cut out the marks and cut them up, they cease to be garments, and it is not necessary that they be burned or otherwise completely destroyed, as some have opposed. Well, I think in the past they did say you cut up everything so that you couldn't tell where the marks were. Now they're changing their mind, I guess. All right, instructions on how to clothe the dead. They have to be wearing their garments and their temple clothes in that coffin, and it's weird that all the non-members and people that come by get to see all the temple clothes. General Board of the Relief Society, February 1941. Directions for clothing the dead who have received their endowments. The garments should be of the old style, approved pattern, properly marked. White hose should be used and should be placed outside the garment leg. So that's kind of weird. You have your garment leg and then the long ones, and then you have some kind of white hosiery on the outside of the legs. All right, so the Mormon fundamentalists did not like the change in the garment. They didn't like the changes in a lot of things. Polygamy, Adam God doctrine, etc. This is a statement made in 1900. Autobiography of Benjamin Franklin LeBaron, 1946. My mother was at the meeting at Nauvoo when Joseph Smith presented the garments to the church. I have always worn the original garment, the exact pattern of the one that an angel showed to Joseph Smith. Was that Moroni? And I've learned to love it, and I felt very bad when the church authorities allowed a change. Okay, Benjamin Franklin LeBaron. I'm pretty sure he's a fundamentalist at this point. He's pictured above in his younger days. Joseph Smith held the garments up before them and said that it was the exact pattern of the one that the angel showed him, and was called the garment of the holy priesthood, and must be worn all through life, and would be a protection to them against all physical and spiritual dangers if they were always faithful to the covenants that they made with the Lord. All right, some accounts of physical protection. This is a female with the initials HG of Woods Cross Bountiful, 1945. This is in a book called Popular Beliefs and Superstitions from Utah, 1984, by Anthon S. Cannon. Had to get this book after I heard about it. So HG of Woods Cross was fighting in France in 1944 when a piece of shrapnel hit him and penetrated his clothing as far as his garments. Miss A said that the boy's mother attributed his escape from injury to the protective power of the garments. Okay, same book here, a female from Salt Lake City in 1946. A devoted Mormon was in a hotel fire, and all the clothing was burned from his body except where his garments were. The only burns that he suffered were on his hands and feet, which was not protected by the garments. Okay, a male from Salt Lake City, 1946, in Anthon S. Cannon's book, Popular Beliefs and Superstitions from Utah, 1984, kind of like folklore. A young girl was dressing for a party, and because she felt that the garments did not conform to the style of her rich attire, she left them off. Left her garments off. She was killed in a motor accident. All right, we've already talked about this quite a bit. When you take a bath, you leave one leg and one arm in the garments. You can look at the rest of the source. Okay, let's get to a more modern apostle, Spencer W. Kimball, speech on May 31st, 1948. Trying to distance the church a little bit here from the idea that garments provide physical protection, though he does say there have been many cases where physical protection has happened. So Spencer says, temple garments afford protection, though generally I think our protection is a mental, spiritual, or moral one. Yet I am convinced that there could be, and undoubtedly have been, many cases where there has been, through faith, an actual physical protection. So we must not minimize that possibility. Okay, a letter from the presiding bishopric, who is Legrand Richards, Joseph L. Worthlin, and Thorpe B. Isaacson. Letter to bishops in 1950. It is being observed that some Latter-day Saint men and women are removing their temple garments to wear abbreviated clothing in varying degrees when working around their homes, when traveling by auto, or camping out of doors. All right, presiding bishopric continues. Such removal of the temple garment is not in keeping with its significance or sacred purpose. It is suggested that you use your influence, that is the bishops, in encouraging Latter-day Saints to avoid these practices. Legrand Richards pictured above. All right, First Presidency to Stake Presidents and Bishops, October 2nd, 1950. The covenants taken in the temple, incident and attached to the wearing of garments, contemplate that they will be worn at all times. No exception to these covenants is found anywhere in the ceremonies. But then I think they're going to give some exceptions. Okay, the Prophet David O. McKay in his diary, November 1st, 1951 entry. The question of physical education came up, and this was for 16-year-old high school girls who got married. pretty young to get married. Question came up that when they take gymnasium, they expose their garments. I said that I thought they would be justified for twice a week to lay aside their garments and then put them back on again when they can do so without exposing them to the eyes of the curious. We don't want the curious looking at these weird garments and the weird marks on there. Okay, a book I found called Saints of Sage and Saddle, Folklore Among the Mormons, 1956, by Austin Fife and Alta Fife. They say, in war, shrapnel and slugs have penetrated the outer clothing, but failed to penetrate the garments. Garments are bulletproof. Okay, Prophet David O. McKay in his diary, November 19th, 1959 entry. In there he says the Deseret clothing factory owned by the church was to undertake the manufacturing of all garments for the church. Before this, there was a number of different companies to do it. Salt Lake Knitting Company, which we've shown ads, I think. Ogden, Utah Knitting Company. The Thorstensen Brothers. Lady Gay Manufacturing Company. Faunus Beck Manufacturing Company in Logan. Security Knitting Company. And probably some others. Okay, interesting statement by W. Cleon Anderson, February 24th, 1964. I asked the president of the Quorum of the 12, Joseph Fielding Smith, pictured above, is it wrong to wear the string tie garments outside of the temple? All right, Anderson's statement continues. President Smith looked at me for several moments and then, unbuttoning the third button in his shirt, brought out one of the ties on a pair of old-style temple garments and said, this is what we should be wearing. The Lord gave them to us, and so this is what I wear. And remember, Joseph Fielding Smith was against the whole idea of shortening the garments. Okay, President Smith then said, when the Lord gave the garments to us, they had strings. Why? Because they couldn't afford buttons. I have never worn a button pair. However, I don't say that those with buttons are not garments, but we should really be wearing the other ones. All right, here's a photocopy of that statement by W. Cleon Anderson. You can pause this and look at it if you want. Okay, Priesthood Bulletin, 1966. The First Presidency urged that bishops instruct members discarding worn temple garments that any identifying symbols which might be related to the temple should be removed. The material may then be destroyed or used in the home. Okay, First Presidency Statement to Temple Presidents in 1968. Prophet was David O. McKay. It has come to our attention that in some of the temples, instruction has been given to those going through to receive their endowments prior to entering into the marriage covenant that they must not remove the temple garment during the time of sexual relations. Why was this happening? They must have heard it from somewhere, right? All right, same source. We have authorized no such instruction or advice. They never said that you have to keep them on during sex, but somebody must have been saying it, or the temple presidents wouldn't think that. We feel that this is a matter of such intimate nature that it must be left with the persons concerned. We therefore ask that you govern yourselves accordingly. There's David O. McKay in the middle. He's the prophet at this time, N. Eldon Tanner, and Hugh B. Brown on the right. Okay, let's go to the verbatim endowment and washing and anointing ceremony from 1969. This is from a temple worker that had been through a whole bunch of times, and can be found in the Tanner's book, Mormonism, Shadow or Reality. Brother blank, having authority, I place this garment upon you, which you must wear throughout your life. Pictured above, a tub in the Salt Lake Temple, I believe, and they used to get completely naked, and the washing and anointing was done in these tubs. They'd pour oil on you. Okay, so the wording of the washing and anointing continues. It represents the garment given to Adam when he was found naked in the Garden of Eden. and they were naked in the tubs and then being touched by the temple workers. It is called the garment of the holy priesthood. Okay, we continue with this ceremony by a temple worker in 1969. Inasmuch as you do not defile it, the garment, but are true and faithful to your covenants, the garment will be a shield and a protection to you against the power of the destroyer until you have finished your work on the earth. If you don't wear the garment, the devil is going to destroy you, I guess. Okay, the ceremony continues. With this garment I give you a new name, which you should always remember, and which you must keep sacred, and never reveal except at a certain place that will be shown you hereafter. The name is blank. And everybody going through on that day would have the same name. At least all the men would have the same, and then all the women would have the same. So when I went through, they said the name is Solomon. I still remember that. So my new name was Solomon, and so is every other man that went through on that day. So maybe I'm linked to the Masonic Solomon Temple, right? All right, let's move over to the temple endowment ceremony by a temple worker in 1969, still in the Tanner's book. Apostle Peter says, "We will now uncover the veil. Brethren and sisters, this is the veil of the temple. It is necessary to explain the marks on the veil." You can't really see it in this picture. These 4 marks are the marks of the holy priesthood, and they're Masonic. They don't say that, though. And corresponding marks are found on your individual garment. So like we've said before, same Masonic garments, marks in your garments are also on this veil. All right, so here we get to the endowment ceremony where they explain what the marks mean in your garments. This is the mark of the square. Peter explains that the meaning of this mark is to be a reminder of the covenants that were entered into this day. Okay, this is the mark of the compass, that all truth is circumscribed into one great whole, and that desires, appetites, and passions are to be kept within the bounds that the Lord has established. This is probably why the marks are on the veil, right? So that they can point them out to the people. Here's the square, here's the compass, and it's also in your garments. Pictured above, they're having this big feast. Might be breaking the covenants. All right, still in the temple endowment ceremony here in 1969. This is the navel mark, probably pointing to the veil. It is placed on the right side of the garment, over the navel, and is a reminder of the constant need of nourishment to body and spirit. And here's some of the stuff that you'll find in a temple, creation room: robes, apron, garments, all the marks, a sash, a robe, and a veil. All right, same account here, the endowment ceremony. This is the knee mark. It is placed in the leg of the garment over the knee cap. Over the knee cap. So, yeah, back then I guess it went over the knee, but then later on it would kind of go just above the knee. So it wouldn't be over the knee cap. So they would have to change that language. So this mark on the knee indicates that every knee shall bow and every tongue confess that Jesus is the Christ. Okay, temple endowment ceremony, 1969. These are 3 marks for convenience, for working at the veil. These are different than the other marks in the veil. Through this one, the person representing the Lord puts his right hand to test our knowledge of the tokens of the holy priesthood, the handshakes. Through this one, he asks us certain questions, and through this one, we give our answers through these holes in the veil. Okay, let's move to another source. D. Michael Quinn, Extensions of Power book, First Presidency Letter, May 21st, 1969. Allows LDS servicemen in Vietnam to dye the regular one-piece temple garment to match green color of military issue underwear. So it's okay to dye your garments green. Whereas before, leaders of the church said they had to be white. So, Okay, here's another source. Writing Mormon History, Historians and Their Books, 2020 book. In there, Gregory A. Prince did a chapter about how he wrote the book David O. McKay and the Rise of Modern Mormonism. So this is Gregory A. Prince talking. He says the practical reason for colored garments in Vietnam was that a white undergarment showing through a ripped uniform presented a bold target for the enemy. Later, the church began to sell to servicemen and servicewomen pre-dyed garments, either khaki or brown. What's khaki? Kind of like a lighter, more yellowish brown. And then on the previous slide, like military green. But now they didn't have to dye them anymore. The church began to sell pre-dyed garments in khaki and brown. Makes sense, but earlier leaders said not to do this. All right, Gregory A. Prince continues his story. Colonel Westwood said that the Army had just approved a black LDS garment for Special Forces, Prince asked. And the colonel said yes, for Special Forces. So they even had black garments, same colors that Lucifer wore in the temple. And they had important reasons to wear black garments. And if you're interested in all the details, you can pause this and read this slide. All right, Gregory A. Prince continues. A few years later, I mentioned this to a cousin who had been an Army pilot on a Chinook helicopter that had ferried Special Forces on missions to Afghanistan. He shrugged it off, but a few months later, as he was on his way to a new assignment, he came by Gregory's house and gave him a set of black garments. So there's your proof, and yeah, I totally trust Prince. Okay, First Presidency Priesthood Bulletin, August 1970. A woman married to an inactive member would be prevented from entering the temple even though the husband is willing to give his consent in writing for his wife to receive her endowment. So I think this is a reversal from previous. Now a woman married to an inactive man cannot get her endowment, cannot get her garments, even if the husband gives consent. All right, so here's a slide that shows how the patriarchy works. The same restrictions that we read on the last slide did not apply to men. Men married to inactive or non-members didn't need permission from their wife and could go through and get their endowment and their garments, even if their wife's inactive. So, General Handbook of Instructions, 1976. When church leaders reaffirmed this policy on the previous slide in the 1976 General Handbook of Instructions, they noted that the same restriction did not apply to husbands. A worthy man whose wife has not received her endowments may be given a recommend to receive his own endowment. So, double standard. All right, all this changed in 1986. This is from Devery S. Anderson's book, The Development of the LDS Temple Worship, 2011. In 1986, the First Presidency reversed itself on the policy preventing women from attending the temple if they were married to non-Mormons. And although this revision required permission of the husband, now for the first time men were similarly required to receive permission from a non-Mormon wife, making it a little more fair. Okay, so we have a statement here from the First Presidency at this time, in 1986, on February 12th. Ezra Taft Benson the Prophet, Gordon B. Hinckley, and Thomas S. Monson as counselors. Letter to all general authorities, regional reps, stake, mission, and district presidents, bishops, and branch presidents. So Devery says, in fact, the wording of the change deliberately made no mention of gender at all. And here's the wording of the change by the Prophet Benson. A person who is married to an unendowed spouse may receive a recommend when he or she has provided the bishop with written consent of the spouse, and both the bishop and the stake president are satisfied through appropriate interviews that the responsibilities assumed with the endowment will not impair marital harmony. So, took them all the way till 1986 to make this fair between men and women. And there's the first presidency pictured above at this time. All right, all those previous slides about the women not being able to get their garments were kind of combined into one there. We're going to jump back into the chronology, jump back into 1972. This is the prophet Joseph Fielding Smith, his counselors Harold B. Lee and N. Eldon Tanner. February 16, 1972 letter. Brethren have recommended that people doing temple work wear the old style garments. So even up until 1972, that's the recommendation. Not sure what happens if you show up with your short garments. Do they still let you through? I don't know. But this changed in 1975. Finally, they were open with the knowledge that if you wore your short garments, that was fine for the temple as well. Statement from the prophet Spencer W. Kimball and his counselors here, November 10th, 1975. Letter to temple presidents. In the future, while involved in temple ordinances, patrons will have the option of wearing either the approved style garment, the short sleeve and the knee length, or the garment with the long sleeve and long leg. So, finally in 1975. Okay, and then in 1979, another change happened. Two-piece garments were introduced as an alternative to the previous one-piece style. So I guess even though the garments had short sleeves and legs down to the knee, I guess they were still one piece up until 1979. But now they were two-piece. Spencer W. Kimball and his counselors sent a letter basically out to everybody, executive administrators, regional reps, stake mission and district presidents, bishops, branch presidents, temple presidents, etc. This is a historical document at the Church History Library. Okay, some interesting information from J. Reuben Clark in this book by Frank Fox, J. Reuben Clark, The Public Years, 1980. Clark advised the first presidency to abolish the garments altogether. And remember earlier on in this video, some of the wives of the apostles wanted the same thing, and they seriously considered it. Now in 1980, J. Reuben Clark also wanted to abolish the garments. Okay, Apostle Boyd K. Packer, The Holy Temple Book, 1980. The third matter is the garment worn at all times by those who are endowed. Those who hold and share in the blessings of the priesthood should have their bodies covered, as was revealed to the prophet Joseph Smith when the endowment ceremony was given to him. So it sounds like garments were a revelation to Joseph Smith here, according to Boyd K. Packer. If you remember a previous slide, some of the leaders of the church said that there was no fixed pattern, that they could change them all they wanted. Pictured above, the evolution of the temple garment. I think that's pretty interesting, or pretty accurate. 1842 to 1979 to present. Okay, the Apostle Boyd K. Packer continues. The garments represent sacred covenants. It fosters modesty and becomes a shield and a protection to the wearer. For many church members, the garment has formed a barrier of protection when the wearer has been faced with temptation. So he's kind of getting away from the idea that it's physical protection here. He's saying it's more like to protect you from temptation. All right, back to Packer in the Holy Temple Book. Mormon historians like to quote from this book about garments. Among other things, it symbolizes our deep respect for the laws of God, among them the moral standard, that is, the garment. In the temple, you will be officially clothed in the garment and promised marvelous blessings in connection with it. Okay, let's go to William A. Wilson on Being Human, the Folklore of Mormon Missionaries, Sunstone Magazine, 1982. A Brazilian missionary refused to sleep in his temple garments because of hot weather. Oh, kind of like Joseph Smith. When his companion woke in the morning, he found the errant elder pressed into the wall, so hard that he could hardly pull him off. The elder was obviously dead from being mashed into the wall. He didn't wear his garments, so what? Evil spirits pressed him into the wall and killed him. Okay, General Handbook of Instructions, 1983. Members should remove the marks from the worn-out garments and burn the marks or cut them into small pieces. They then should cut up the garment so the location of the marks cannot be identified. That's different than in times past. The remaining fabric of the garments then is no longer considered sacred. All right, back to dyed garments for the Army. This is D. Michael Quinn and Extensions of Power again. Public announcement of First Presidency's approval of January 19, 1986 of a dyed and specially treated two-piece temple garment for members serving in the U.S. Army that meets both Army and church standards. Were they dyed green, kind of khaki, or kind of brown? I don't know. Okay, a conversation with George T. Boyd, 1986. According to a church educator whose brother-in-law was in the Quorum of the 12 Apostles, the Quorum once discussed doing away with the garments altogether, except when inside the temple. Okay, same source. The idea originated with Apostle Melvin J. Ballard, according to the second-hand account, whose wife found the garments uncomfortable. Okay, same kind of a story here in Leonard Arrington's diaries, June 22, 1972 entry. At a dinner, I sat next to Homer Durham with interesting conversation. I asked him if he had ever heard his father-in-law, Dr. John A. Widsoe, tell about the controversy in the Quorum of the 12 in regard to whether temple garments should be worn only in the temple or also outside the temple. Pictured above, Arrington. Okay, same entry here in 1972 in Leonard J. Arrington's Diaries, Volume 1. He said that Dr. Widsoe had never discussed it with him, but he had heard the full story from Franklin L. West. West was the LDS Church's Commissioner of Education. It appears that sometime in the late 1920s or the early 1930s, the Quorum of the 12 had discussed this matter and had finally concluded that garments were designed to be worn only in the temple. All right, same source here, same entry. Brother Joseph Fielding Smith was not satisfied with this decision and returned to the next meeting saying that he had had a manifestation that the decision was wrong and that temple garments should be worn at all times. See picture above, having a manifestation. So maybe if it wasn't for Joseph Fielding Smith, Mormons would have got out of having to wear their garments night and day and just be able to wear them in the temple only. All right, Joseph Fielding Smith, presented this matter so strongly and earnestly that apparently the decision was reversed, and we have the policy which has continued to present, that you have to wear the garments all the time, pretty much. All right, let's go to a different entry in Arrington's Diaries, January 15th, 1973. He says that Truman Madsen also mentioned that he had heard about the introduction in the Quorum of the 12 in the late 1920s or the early 1930s about eliminating the wearing of temple garments outside the temple. Truman pictured above. All right, let's continue. As I recall, he said that he got the story from the wife of Melvin J. Ballard. Her name was Martha. Melvin pictured above. I have heard a similar story from Alice Smith, Miss Winslow Whitney Smith. Okay, the story is that the Quorum of the 12, after long debate and prayerful consideration, finally decided in the late 1920s or early 1930s to not encourage the wearing of temple garments except in the temple. All right, same source, Leonard J. Arrington's Diaries. The context in which I heard it was that the temple garments at that time were not suitable for wearing by the sisters, considering the fashions of the times, and the wives of the 12 were overwhelmingly in favor of it. All right, same entry, January 15, 1973. After a decision had been reached, Joseph Fielding Smith, according to the story, felt disturbed about the decision and was impressed during the night to ask for another meeting of the 12 and to tell them that he was impressed that the decision was wrong. All right, Arrington continues. Joseph Fielding Smith's influence was apparently sufficient that the decision was reversed, but because of the criticism of the matter of temple garments, active steps were made to design a garment which would be more appropriate for women to wear, and of course those have been made available in years since then. All right, First Presidency Letter, October 10th, 1988. Prophet was Ezra Taft Benson at this time. Garments are worn both day and night. The promise of protection and blessings is conditioned upon worthiness and faithfulness in keeping the covenant. Pictured above, you got like what, some Kevlar protection. All right, same letter here by the First Presidency, 1988. The fundamental principle ought to be to wear the garments and not to find occasions to remove it. Thus, members should not remove either all or part of the garment to work in the yard or to lounge around the home in swimwear or immodest clothing. All right, same source, circular letter. Prophet is Benson. Nor should they remove it to participate in recreational activities that can reasonably be done with the garment worn properly beneath the regular clothing. When the garment must be removed, such as for swimming, it should be restored as soon as possible. All right, same source. The principles of modesty and keeping the body appropriately covered are implicit in the covenant and should govern the nature of all clothing worn. So modesty, kind of like pictured above. All right, same source, Benson, Hinckley, and Monson. Endowed members of the church wear the garment as a protection against temptation and evil, but not physical protection anymore. All right, let's move to another script of the temple endowment ceremony as it was performed prior to 1990. The Apostle Peter says, "Brethren and sisters, I will now explain the marks on the veil. These 4 marks are the marks of the holy priesthood, and corresponding marks are found in your individual garment." This was basically the same in the next version of the endowment as well as the 2019 version. And this is actual footage on YouTube. I think one of these guys is Peter. All right, temple endowment ceremony prior to 1990. I went through prior to 1990, I think in the 1980s, and had to do all the throat slitting actions and disemboweling actions. All right, so this is from the script. This one on the right is the mark of the square. It is placed in the garment over the right breast, suggesting to the mind exactness and honor in keeping the covenants entered into this day. All right, let's continue with the script. This one on the left is the mark of the compass. It is placed in the garment over the left breast, suggesting to the mind an undeviating course leading to eternal life, a constant reminder that desires, appetites, and passions are to be kept within the bounds that the Lord has set, and that all truth may be circumscribed into one great whole. All right, wording from the temple endowment ceremony. This is the navel mark. It is placed in the garment over the navel, suggesting to the mind the need of constant nourishment to body and spirit. Notice how they don't say that it's a level along the navel mark. So I think that's why people don't know what those marks were, because they don't tell you in the temple ceremony. All right, this is the knee mark. It is placed in the right leg of the garment, so as to be over the kneecap, which it's not anymore, suggesting that every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess that Jesus is the Christ. All right, these other three marks on the veil are for convenience in working at the veil. We've already read this before. It's basically the same. All right, another source that Mormon historians and Mormon leaders like to quote from is the Garments article in the Encyclopedia of Mormonism, 1992, by Evelyn T. Marshall. She's pictured above. The white garment symbolizes purity and helps to assure modesty, respect for the attributes of God, and to the degree it is honored, a token of what Paul regarded as taking upon one the whole armor of God. The white garment symbolizes purity, right? What about the green garment, the brown garment, the black garment? What does the black garment symbolize? Oh, no. The opposite of purity? All right, Evelyn T. Marshall continues. The garment symbolizes Christ-like attributes in one's mission in life. Garments bear several simple marks of orientation towards the gospel principles of obedience, truth, life, and discipleship in Christ. How come she doesn't say that those marks are Masonic? Pictured above, we have a good little dog being obedient, which is what the church wants you to be. All right, Evelyn T. Marshall continues in the Encyclopedia of Mormonism. Latter-day Saints believe that all such clothing, garments, etc. is symbolic of the submission, sanctification, and spotless purity of those who desire to serve God in Christ and ultimately regain their eternal presence. Really sounds like she's making this stuff up. Because I haven't heard leaders say this. Submission, sanctification, spotless purity. Maybe some of it they have said. And why did they get her to do it? Why didn't they get somebody more well-known? It seems like they're just kind of making this stuff up. All right, another source here, Deborah Lake. Secret Ceremonies, a Mormon Woman's Intimate Diary of Marriage and Beyond, 1993. Seems like a pretty good book from what I read. I still remember affectionately the occasion when my friend David's father had survived electrocution, and I had heard my mother tell my father he never would have lived if he hadn't been wearing the garments. All right, all of the garments are now made at the church-owned Beehive clothing mills. See picture above. Mormons today in 1994 wear garments manufactured here. This is David John Berger. All right, another kind of a funny story about protection. J.W. Bill Marriott, CEO of the Marriott hotel chain, 60 Minutes, 1996. You can see the source here. It's on YouTube. What is it? Mike Wallace asks, do you wear the sacred undergarments? And Marriott says, yes, I do. And I can tell you that they do protect you from harm. Wallace says, really? And Marriott says, uh-huh. And Marriott continues, I was in a very serious boat accident. The boat was on fire. I was on fire. I was burned. My pants were burned right off of me. I was not burned above my knee where the garment was. I was not burned. Wallace asks, and you believe it was the sacred undergarments? Marriott says, yeah, I do, particularly on my legs. Because my pants were gone, my undergarments were not singed. And if you watch this video, when Wallace is asking these questions, he kind of puts his little index finger over his lips. Because I think he was kind of laughing. All right, let's go to some more kind of made-up stuff. Emeritus 70, Carlos E. Essay, Ensign Magazine, August 1997. See, somebody that's kind of not well known again. Let them try to tackle this and try to explain what the garment means, what these marks mean. Pictured above, we got the guy wearing his name tag. I guess he's on a senior mission, and the happy garment smile cut way down low. It used to be up way high up on the neck. This garment, this is according to Essay, this garment worn day and night is a protective covering for the body and a symbol of the modesty of dress and living. Okay, Emeritus 70, Carlos E. Assay, pictured above. The issue of protective coverings like garments, enabling us to withstand the fiery darts of Satan, will continue to be of great significance. But these are symbolic, right? Fiery darts. This piece of armor, called the temple garment, strengthens the wearer to resist temptation, fend off evil influences, and stand firmly for the protection, or firmly for the right. Do these garments offer physical protection? He's kind of not saying it right. He says it's armor, but more like spiritual armor. All right, Assay again, making up some more stuff. The garment is given to remind wearers of the continuing need for repentance. Does it even say that in the temple ceremony? And the need to cherish and share virtue in our daily living so that promised blessings may be claimed. All right, Assay continues, yes, garments have been worn by prophets and other righteous saints throughout the ages, all the way back to Adam, right? Moses, Abraham, they're all wearing these Mormon garments. Jesus, the Apostle Paul, Peter. When the church was restored to the earth in our day, the sacred priesthood ordinances associated with the Holy Temple were revealed anew to the prophet Joseph Smith. The revelations he received included instructions about the garment. If it was a revelation, then why did we change it? Oh, because there was no fixed pattern, right, according to other leaders. But here, according to Assay, no. Revelations Joseph Smith received included instructions about the garments. Okay, Church Handbook of Instruction, 1998. When properly worn, the garment provides protection against temptation and evil, but no mention of physical protection. All right, one of the questions they ask you for temple worthiness interviews is, do you wear the garment both day and night, as instructed in the endowment and in accordance with the covenant that you made in the temple? You can see the source here, Fair Wiki. What is this pictured above? NBC News, Mitt Romney and his Mormon garments. Don't look at my religion, look at me. The candidate has no clothes, and he has funny underwear. And there's Mitt Romney on the stage there in his Mormon garments. All right, another script from the washing and anointing ceremony as it was performed prior to 2005. Brother and sister blank, having authority, I place this garment upon you, which you must wear throughout your life. It represents the garment given to Adam when he was found naked in the Garden of Eden, and is called the garment of the holy priesthood. All right, the script continues. Inasmuch as you do not defile the garment, but are true and faithful to your covenants, it will be a shield and a protection to you against the power of the destroyer, or the devil, until you have finished your work on the earth. Okay, the Apostle Russell M. Nelson making up some stuff in the Ensign magazine 2010. The wearing of the temple garment bears great symbolic significance. Yeah, compass and square. And represents a continuing commitment. Wearing the garment is one way we demonstrate enduring faith in the Savior. There's an apron pictured above. You got the little veil opening with Nelson's face sticking out. What is wanted? Which is one of the things they say at the veil. What is wanted? Okay, here's an interesting chart of all the different fabrics they now have. They have a lot of nice ones, I guess, and even like pure cotton. Garment fabric feature guide. So definitely gotten better over the time, right? And they have all the features: dries quickly, wicks, moisture, breathable, lightweight, stretchy, fits snugly, durable, doesn't shrink, natural fibers, silky, special styles. That's all on the top line. And then on the vertical column over here, I don't even know what these are. Carinessa, dry silk, stretch cotton, nylon mesh, 100% cotton jersey, 100% cotton rib knit, cotton poly jersey, cotton poly rib knit, Thermax, Corbin, Drylux jersey, military rib knit. So all these different things probably helps with the UTIs, right? And you can get it in almost any fabric you want. All right, so Jana Reese did some interviewing and compiled some data about wearing garments. The source for the next two slides is going to be her book, The Next Mormons, How Millennials Are Changing the LDS Church 2019. You can see the cover above and her picture on the right here. All right, so this is table 3.3 in her book, Temple Garments, Exceptions by Generation. So here's the question they asked. Thinking about the LDS temple garments, whether you currently wear them or did at one point in the past, when do or did you consider it acceptable to remove them? And check all that apply. First question, when going to the doctor's office, is it acceptable to remove your garments? Boomers and silent, 35% say yes. Gen X, 33%. And millennials, 45%. So that's going up. When exercising or biking, when exercising or hiking, boomers and silent, 26%. Gen X, 37%. And millennials all the way up to 46% say it's okay to take them off. When having sexual relations, 75%, 58%, and 51%. So that went down a lot by millennials when having sexual relations, which is weird. She explains that in the book. When doing yard work, 11%, 23%, and 27%. So it's going up for millennials. When the weather is very hot and or humid, 8%, 16%, 21% of millennials say it's okay to, if it's very hot weather, to remove them, just like Joseph Smith. When on vacation, 5%, 18%, 20% for millennials. When ill or when there is a medical reason, 42%, 37%, 38%. When working in a job such as construction or other sweaty jobs, I kind of cut that off, 8%, 13%, and then 23% of millennials. So that went up a lot. All right, next questions. When in a play or some other kind of performance, 11%, 13%, 22% for millennials. That went up. If you lose your testimony of the truthfulness of the LDS Church, 26%, 27%, 25%, so about the same. When attending special events such as weddings or formal dances, 4%, 12%, 14%, that's been going up. When garments fit poorly or are uncomfortable for your body type, 6%, 9%, 14%. When women are menstruating or having menopausal hot flashes, 5%, 12%, 19%. That's gone up a lot. When women are pregnant or nursing, 3%, 11%, 17% for millennials. When sleeping, 10%, 16%, 22% of millennials say it's okay to take them off when you're sleeping. When you don't feel like wearing them, 6%, 9%, 12% for millennials. So the church is aware of this. The younger generations are wearing the garments less and less. And then I think they took out the question, do you wear them day and night, for a little while in the temple recommend questions. So yeah, the church is aware of this, and who knows what they'll do. Maybe they'll continue to shorten them. Maybe someday we'll only wear them in the temple. But yeah, I mean, you got a lot of young people going to the gym, going to do yoga, and so why put the garments on in the morning if you're just going to go to the gym and go do yoga? Just put on your yoga and gym clothes. All right, the church put out a video. It's on YouTube, January 17th, 2020. Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Sacred Temple Clothing video. In there they say there is nothing magical or mystical about temple garments. And in the olden days of the church, they would kind of say something a little different. All right, some women complain that they're getting UTIs, urinary tract infections. You can see the source on this, Daily Mail, 2021. This isn't working for me. It isn't bringing me closer to Christ. It's giving me UTIs, said Lindsay Perez, age 24. Like I said, they are making even more fabrics now with more breathable, more softer cotton, so that may help. All right, same source here, Daily Mail, July 22, 2021. Getting towards the end of this video. Article by Carly Stern, "My Vagina Has to Breathe." And they quote here from Sasha Pitton of Idaho Falls. "Vaginas need to breathe. It's a thing. But my Lanta, some of us are struggling with skin infections, eczema flares, UTIs, yeast infections, and so many other things. And many are afraid to prioritize physical health over the symbol of what the garments represent." And Sasha Pitton pictured above. Imagine wearing wool garments down to your wrists and ankles as a woman. Man, I wonder what that does to your vagina's health. All right, the church's Help Center on military garments, February 21st, 2023. Access this. Colored garments are only available for active duty military service members, which we've talked about. Colored garments are also available for law enforcement officers. Police can wear colored ones. Firefighters, too, can wear colored ones. No other employment-related use of non-white garments has been authorized by the First Presidency. And some of those might be black garments. All right, so that's going to do it. We're going to wrap things up here at about 4 hours and 5 minutes. Believe it or not, I tried to cut this down. I probably had 30 other slides that I cut out. So I tried to make it shorter, but just the way it goes, when I went down that tangent of Lucifer's apron, I added a lot to the video, but I think it was really worth it. It's more data than anybody else has compiled on Lucifer's apron, and so I think that was my favorite part of the video, but it's all pretty interesting. But that's going to do it for this video, and I thank you for watching the Mormon Temple Garments 1842 to 2024 video.